Chapter 1721. The Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was located at the north of the All-Heavens City, and the entire north was its territory. On this day, countless swordsmen suddenly surged into the north, and then they killed every single Divine Palace expert they saw. The sudden attack of all the Sword Alliance swordsmen caught the Divine Palace by surprise, because they hadn't expected the Sword Alliance to be so resolute that they wouldn't stop until one side was dead. In front of a gigantic palace, countless powerful beings were engaged in a fierce battle around the palace. Although the Divine Palace had many experts, they were obviously inferior to the Sword Alliance in terms of quality. At least 2 experts were needed to suppress a single Sword Alliance expert. Therefore, the Divine Palace was at a disadvantage as soon as they fought. In the Divine Palace, at this moment, a middle-aged man stood in the palace, and he was the current palace master of the Divine Palace, Li Daoran. Bai Xiao stood behind Li Daoran. Both of their faces were slightly gloomy, especially Li Daoran. He hadn't expected that the Sword Alliance would attack the Divine Palace in full force, and it caught him by surprise. After all, the Divine Palace still had some experts that hadn't returned from the outside world. After a short while, Li Daoran suddenly said, "Did the ancient heavenly world reply?" Bai Xiao spoke in a low voice. "They've sent experts over, and they'll be here in an hour at most." An hour? Li Daoran's face fell. If the experts from the ancient heavenly clan took an hour to arrive, then the Divine Palace would definitely lose a lot of experts in that hour, because it seemed like the Divine Palace was much weaker than the Sword Alliance. They didn't lack in numbers, but their combat strength was too inferior. Meanwhile, the space before Bai Xiao trembled slightly, and then she was overjoyed. "Palace Master, the ancient heavenly clan sent a letter saying that the All-Heavens Palace has agreed to help." The All-Heavens Palace. Li Daoran suddenly turned to look at Bai Xiao. "Really?" Bai Xiao nodded. "Absolutely. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace has agreed to help as well." Li Daoran instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and then he turned to look outside the palace and chuckled. The Sword Alliance is gone. Outside the Divine Palace, Yi Xian and the others had arrived. At this moment, the Sword Alliance's experts had completely suppressed the Divine Palace's experts. It was a crushing defeat. Yi Xian looked at the magnificent Divine Palace in the distance. At this moment, the Divine Palace was surrounded by a great formation, and these great formations blocked the Sword Alliance's experts. The sword-crazy fellow who stood by Yi Xian's side glanced at the grand formations and said, "We won't be able to break through them in a short period of time." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Is there any movement from the All-Heaven Palace?" At this time, Li Xing appeared beside Yi Xian and said in a solemn voice, "Our people sent a letter saying that the All-Heaven Mansion is gathering experts." Upon hearing that, the sword maniac next to Yi Xian frowned. Li Xing added, "It's not just the All-Heaven Palace. The Heavenly Air Hall is also gathering experts." Yi Xian looked at Li Xing. "Skyline Hall?" Li Xing nodded. "We also received news that the ancient divine race promised them a spiritual grade spring of eternal life. The All-Heaven Mansion must have received the same promise." Yi Xian said softly, "They're actually able to provide so many spiritual grade spring of eternal life. They're not simple." Li Xing nodded. "They're indeed not simple. Although it isn't a sacred grade spring of eternal life, it's still extremely precious." Yi Xian said, "In other words, we might be besieged." Li Xing nodded. "Yes." Suddenly, numerous powerful auras appeared in the distant sky. Li Xing glanced at the sky and said, "Those are the experts of the Heavenly Air Hall." Li Xing's voice rang out. As soon as he descended, a woman appeared in the sky. Li Xing said, "The current hall master of the Heavenly Air Hall, Qiao Yu." In the sky, Qiao Yu looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Is the Heavenly Air Hall going to help the ancient divine race?" Qiao Yu gazed at Yi Xian. "I heard that young Master Yi killed the young master of the ancient divine race, God Yi. I think that young Master Yi's actions are truly—" Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. "Hall Master Qiao, I Yi Xian, hate people who want to be whores and maintain a chastity at the same time. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Please don't do that to me. It disgusts me." Qiao Yu smiled. Then let's fight. As soon as she finished speaking, a few hundred people suddenly appeared in the sky. The weakest amongst them was the Endless Realm. There were many void rank experts amongst them as well, and there were at least 30 of them. They could be said to have turned out in full force. The reason Xiao Yu dared to act in this way was because she'd received news that the All-Heaven Mansion had agreed to participate in the battle. She'd been quite worried in the beginning, but she didn't have any more ancient books once the All-Heaven Mansion agreed to participate in the battle. Even though the Sword Alliance was strong, could it be stronger than the joint forces of the All-Heaven Mansion, Heavenly Air Hall, and Divine Palace? Moreover, there was the formidable ancient Heaven World. How could the Sword Alliance win? Meanwhile, the grand formations of the Divine Palace suddenly dispersed, and then all the experts of the Divine Palace charged out. For a time, the forces of the Divine Palace and Skypath Hall crushed the Sword Alliance in terms of numbers. However, none of the experts of the Sword Alliance feared them. All the swordsmen stood with their swords in hand, and their eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. Xiao Yu turned around and glanced in the direction of the All-Heaven Mansion, and then she frowned slightly. Why hasn't the All-Heaven Mansion made a move? Meanwhile, the sword fanatic suddenly said, "Kill! Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless experts of the Sword Alliance charged forward. They were outnumbered, but they attacked first. In terms of imposing aura, they crushed the Skypath Hall and Divine Palace. Xiao Yu gazed at Li Daoran. Why haven't the experts of the ancient divine race arrived yet? Could it be that they want us to wear each other down? Li Daoran turned around to look at Bai Xiao, and she spoke solemnly. I just received news that their reinforcements were forcefully stopped by a few Heaven Ascension realm experts of the Sword Alliance. Stopped. Li Daoran and Xiao Yu's faces sank when they heard this. Xiao Yu spoke coldly. Does the ancient divine race not have any Heaven Ascension realm experts? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an expert of the ancient divine race. The old man cupped his fists and said, Hall Master Qiao, Palace Master Li, my ancient divine race has dispatched Heaven Ascension realm experts to deal with the swordsman. Our people will arrive here in at most half an hour. Xiao Yu gazed at the old man. Are you sure? The old man nodded. The old man guarantees that he will arrive here in half an hour at most. Moreover, the All-Heaven City has agreed to help us. Li Daoran frowned slightly. Then why haven't they made a move? The old man smiled. City Governor Lin Xiu said that they will attack at the critical moment and give the Sword Alliance a fatal blow. Xiao Yu's face instantly turned cold. How could she not understand what the All-Heaven City meant? They wanted them to fight to the death with the Sword Alliance first, and then the All-Heaven City would come and take advantage. What a scheme. Xiao Yu suddenly felt slightly regretful. She regretted showing herself so early. She should have waited a little longer. Meanwhile, the old man from the ancient divine race spoke abruptly. Let's join forces to stop the Sword Alliance's swordsmen. Both of them looked into the distance. Because even though they had crushed the Sword Alliance in terms of numbers, they weren't gaining any advantage. On the contrary, they were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The swordsman's combat strength was truly too terrifying. The old man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Capture him. The Sword Alliance is fighting so desperately because of him. Once we capture him, we can subdue the Sword Alliance. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian. All right. I'll stop that sword fanatic and leave him to the two of you. Li Daoran nodded. Attack. As soon as he spoke, the three of them vanished on the spot. Xiao Yu went straight for the sword fanatic, whereas the old man and Li Daoran went straight for Yi Xian. The sword fanatic frowned slightly when he saw the three of them rushing towards Yi Xian. Protect the young master. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Xiao Yu. At this moment, the ancient divine clan powerhouse and Li Daoran had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. A ray of sword light suddenly shot out from Yi Xian's side, slashing towards Li Daoran. Li Daoran's expression changed, and he slammed his fist forward. Rumble! The ray of sword light shattered, and Li Daoran had returned to his original position. A swordsman stood in front of him. A Heaven Ascension stage swordsman. At this moment, the old man from the ancient divine clan was already in front of Yi Xian. He glared at Yi Xian and sneered. Die. Yi Xian clenched his right fist and was about to attack. However, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a ray of sword light tore through the sky. Bang! The old man hadn't even reacted when he was slashed 3 kilometers away, and his body was instantly obliterated as soon as he stopped moving. The old man was dumbfounded. He looked in front of Yi Xian and saw an old man standing in front of Yi Xian. The old man had a head of white hair, and he held a wooden sword in his hand. Was his body slashed by the wooden sword just now? It's Jianmu. Li Daren's voice rang out in the old man's mind. This person is a Heaven Ascension stage swordsman, and he is extremely powerful. You must not underestimate him. Heaven Ascension stage. After Jianmu pushed the old man back, he turned to look at Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian, and then bowed slightly. This old man Jianmu greets the young master. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Jianmu suddenly turned his head. Bring a chair for the young master. As soon as he spoke, a swordsman immediately brought a chair over. Jianmu looked at Yi Xian. Young master, you can sit. Yi Xian, Jianmu smiled. Today, with my sword alliance here, no one can hurt the young master. Not to mention the ancient divine clan. Even if the entire ancient heaven realm comes together, they won't be able to. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, and the sword light disappeared into the horizon. Chi. In the distance, the head of the ancient divine clan old man flew into the air. Blood splattered. Instant kill. Below, Yi Xian really sat down. He actually wanted to make a move, but he was also waiting for the best opportunity. Now that no one knew his strength, it was the best time for him to play dirty. At this moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open, and the next moment, 5 powerful auras swept over. 5 Heaven Ascension stage experts. The ancient divine clan experts had arrived. In the sky, Jianmu looked at the 5 Heaven Ascension stage experts and slowly closed his eyes. I believe in the sword master, I am invincible. As his voice fell, he directly rushed over with his wooden sword. 1 against 5. Yi Xian. FPZW. Chapter 1722. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Jianmu. Needless to say, the experts of the Sword Alliance worshipped his father so much that they almost went mad. He was slightly curious about the strand of sword intent his father left behind in the Sword Alliance was. I have to go back and take a look. Even though Jianmu was powerful, he naturally couldn't fight 5 Heaven Ascension Realm experts by himself. He was suppressed by the 5 Heaven Ascension Realm experts as soon as the battle began. Jianmu didn't fight them head-on, and he returned to stand before Yi Xian. As soon as he returned to stand before Yi Xian, the 5 Heaven Ascension Realm experts surrounded him. Jianmu's eyes narrowed slightly. He held the wooden sword in his right hand while profound energy surged within him, and a powerful sword aura swept out from within him. He naturally couldn't retreat any longer, because Yi Xian was right behind him. Just when Jianmu was about to attack, a few hundred powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. It was an old man in the lead. The All-Heaven Mansion. The old man was the previous city governor of the All-Heaven Mansion, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao roared with laughter as soon as he appeared. The old man is here. Xiao Yu and Li Daran were overjoyed when they heard this. Li Daran flew over to Lin Xiao and cupped his fists. He was just about to speak when Lin Xiao slapped him. It was so swift that Li Daran wasn't even able to react before he was slapped. Slap. A resounding slap resounded, and then Li Daran was blasted flying. As he flew, his body started to crack bit by bit. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Suddenly Lin Xiao said, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the All-Heaven Mansion charged towards the surroundings. Their target wasn't the Sword Alliance, but the Heavenly Palace and Divine Palace. This sudden turn of events caused the Heavenly Path Hall and the Divine Palace to be stupefied. The ancient Divine Clan's reinforcements were stunned as well. Suddenly, Li Daoran, who only had his soul left, roared furiously. Activate the formation. Everyone retreat into the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light shot into the sky from the Divine Palace. and then it transformed into a barrier of light that enveloped the entire divine palace. After the divine palace experts received the order, they quickly returned to the divine palace. The heavenly movement hall's powerhouses also flooded towards that divine palace one after another. But they were still a little slow. Close to 100 over endless border powerhouses were directly killed. Earlier, when the All-Heaven Mansion attacked, the Sword Alliance's experts didn't stay idle either. Under the pincer attack from both sides, more than 100 people died on the spot. Among these 100-plus people, there were people from the Heavenly Movement Hall and people from the God Palace. The 5 Heaven Ascension experts from the Ancient Divine Clan were also stopped by the 3 Heaven Ascension experts from the All-Heaven Mansion and Jian Mu. In an instant, the situation of the battle had been turned around. In the distant Great Array, Li Daoran glared at Lin Xiao. "Old dog Lin Xiao, you actually betrayed us." Lin Xiao ignored Lin Xiao and walked to Yi Xian with the group of All Heaven City members. He immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. "Greetings, young master." Behind Lin Xiao, the powerhouses bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, young master." The expressions of Li Daoran and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian hurriedly stood up to help Lin Xiao up, and he smiled. "Senior Lin Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. I can't accept it." Lin Xiao smiled. "Young master, I'm slightly late. Please don't take it to heart." Yi Xian smiled. "I think it's just right." Lin Xiao roared with laughter. "Thank you for your understanding, young master." Yi Xian said, "To tell you the truth, I came to All Heaven City this time because I wanted to pay a visit to the All Heaven Mansion. Because my father instructed me to pay a visit to the All Heaven Mansion when I'm free and ask the seniors there to guide me." The green-clothed sword master, Lin Zhao's expression became solemn. "Young master, where is the sword master now?" Yi Xian smiled. "Father is wandering around blindly." "Wandering around blindly?" Lin Xiao sighed softly, and then he said, "To tell you the truth, I really want to meet the sword master and obtain guidance from him. Unfortunately." Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "What's so unfortunate about that? He'll come." Lin Xiao gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "I'm here." Lin Xiao was stunned, and then he patted his father on the shoulder. "Alas, I've gone senile. Since you're here, then the sword master will definitely come here." Yi Xian blinked. "Senior Lin Xiao, why don't we deal with the Divine Palace and Skypath Hall first?" Lin Xiao spoke seriously. "Of course." As soon as he spoke, he clapped his hands. "Activate the formation." As soon as he finished speaking, a few dozen mysterious experts appeared in the sky above the Divine Palace. All of them held ancient books in their left hand and a spear in their right. As soon as they appeared, they started to swiftly chant incantations, and the white barrier of light above the Divine Palace gradually started to tremble violently before cracks started to appear on it. The expressions of Li Daoran and the others grew even more unsightly when they witnessed this scene. "Why?" At this time, a Heaven Ascension expert from the Ancient Divine Clan looked at Lin Xiao. "City Lord Lin Xiao, is 2 spirit-level eternal life springs not enough?" Lin Xiao looked at the Heaven Ascension expert and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Let me tell you, my All-Heaven Palace is willing to forever be loyal to the Sword Master. Not to mention 2 spirit-level eternal life springs. Even if it's 2 divine-level eternal life springs, my All-Heaven Palace will not betray the Sword Master." The Heaven Ascension expert glared at Lin Xiao. "City Lord Lin Xiao, your actions are very unwise. You will pay for your actions today." Lin Xiao immediately raised his middle finger and laughed. "I'm your mother's chrysanthemum. Quickly come and kill me." The crowd was somewhat dumbfounded. This old man was a Heaven Ascension expert. Why was he cursing? And cursing in such a nasty way. Yi Xian was also somewhat dumbfounded. This old man did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. In the distance, the face of the Heaven Ascension expert who was cursed suddenly turned ugly. "Lin Xiao, you're a Heaven Ascension expert. How dare you say such vulgar words, you?" As he spoke, he seemed to be unable to contain his anger and directly charged at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao laughed and charged forward as well. With that charge, the entire world became illusory. Soon, the two directly entered the river of time to fight. In the distance, Yi Xian just watched the battle between the two. At that moment, he was a little shocked. Although he was also in the Heaven Ascension realm, he found that in terms of combat power, he was still some distance away from these veteran Heaven Ascension experts. Not to mention him, even God Yi from back then was a distance away from these veteran Heaven Ascension experts. Because he was God Yi, except for God Yi's consciousness, he had everything God Yi had. In fact, if God Yi was given more time, no more than 10 years at most, no one in the Heaven Ascension realm would be a match for God Yi, because he found that God Yi was about to surpass the Heaven Ascension realm. Unfortunately, there was too little time. He was a true Heaven's favored one. Unfortunately, he met two people that he should not have met in his life. One was Yi Lingtian. If Yi Lingtian did not treat him that way back then, the current God Yi might have far surpassed the Heaven Ascension realm. And the second person was Qing. God Yi chose to die in the end. Part of the reason was because of Qing, because the moment his consciousness awakened, Qing was already prepared to kill. He had no choice but to die. He had no other choice. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He suddenly realized that Yi Xian was actually not outstanding. In terms of talent, he could not compare to An Lanxiu, let alone God Yi. At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, don't be so emotional. I think there's something about you that others can't compare to." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Xiao Ta, how do you know what I'm thinking?" Xiao Ta chuckled. "I guessed." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "I think you have a very, very strong point, young lord. In this world, there are not many people who can compare to you." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What good point?" Xiao Ta said, "Thick skin. The thickness of your skin has already surpassed that of your previous master." Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Ta continued, "A person who is shameless is invincible. Young lord." At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly spread out his hands, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hands. Yi Xian threw him directly into the sky. "I don't want it anymore." Whoosh! Xiao Ta turned into a golden light and disappeared into the horizon. Everyone was speechless. At that moment, Xiao Ta flew back to Yi Xian. Xiao Ta swayed for a while. "Young lord, you're too heartless." Yi Xian said indifferently, "Xiao Ta, I'll sell you another day." Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian no longer fooled around with Xiao Ta. After he put away Xiao Ta, he looked at the river of time in the distance. At that moment, Lin Xiao and the Heaven Ascension expert were still fighting. Yi Xian turned to look at the Divine Palace in the distance. Under the joint attack of the experts of the Heavenly Palace, countless cracks had appeared on the huge light curtain. Yi Xian suddenly pointed to a place. "Everyone attack together, break this point." Hearing Yi Xian's words, all the swordsmen on the battlefield suddenly drew out their swords. Hundreds of sword lights streaked across the sky, directly slashing at the place Yi Xian pointed to. Boom! In an instant, the huge light curtain was directly shattered. Once the formation was broken, the expressions of the Divine Palace experts under the Great Formation suddenly changed. Yi Xian looked at the experts from the God Palace and Heavenly Air Palace. "Kill! Leave no one alive! Leave no one alive!" Hearing Yi Xian's words, all the experts on the battlefield directly rushed towards the Divine Palace. The battle began. Yi Xian looked at Sword Maniac. "Are all the experts of the Sword Union here?" Sword Maniac shook her head. "Two people have not arrived yet. They are both Heaven Ascension experts, and they are on their way." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then asked again, "What about Senior Sword Jew?" Sword Maniac said in a deep voice. "He blocked 3 Heaven Ascension experts of the ancient Divine Clan." Yi Xian asked, "Is there any danger?" Sword Maniac shook her head. "No." Yi Xian looked into the distance. "Then eat the people here first." Sword Maniac nodded slightly. She was about to speak when the space in front of her suddenly trembled. A moment later, Sword Maniac's face sank slightly. Yi Xian looked at Sword Maniac. "What's wrong?" Sword Maniac looked into the depths of the distant starry sky. In the distant starry sky, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. On the middle-aged man's left chest, there were 2 small words, Ancient. Ancient Divine Clan. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, more than 100 people appeared behind him, and among them, there were more than 10 heaven ascension experts. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and the others in the distance and smiled. Didn't your sword union want to fight to the death? Come, my ancient divine clan will play with you. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, kill. As soon as his voice fell, the people behind him directly rushed towards Yi Xian and the others. Seeing the experts rushing over, Sword Maniac's eyes flashed with a trace of malevolence. She opened her palm, and a sword appeared in her hand. Just as she was about to attack, she suddenly turned her head to the right, and her eyes were filled with solemnity. In the depths of the starry sky on the right, the distant starry sky suddenly boiled. Powerful auras constantly attacked from that starry sky. Another group of experts appeared. Could they also be from the ancient divine clan? At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the starry sky. Who dares to touch the young master? Chapter 1723. Who dared to touch the young master? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, especially the experts from the ancient divine clan, who had just appeared. The middle-aged man in the lead turned around and frowned. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. More experts had arrived? Yi Xian and the others were also looking at the starry sky. They were also curious. Who was it? An old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The old man wore a loose cloud-colored robe and held an ancient book in his right hand. He had a faint smile on his face and looked very refined. Behind the old man were more than 100 people. The weakest among them was the endless border. There were even 5 heaven ascension experts. The Yin family. The middle-aged man from the ancient divine clan glared at the old man. You are Yin Jinqing of the Yin family. The old man ignored the middle-aged man and walked in front of Yi Xian. He bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Yin Jinqing of the Yin family greets the young master. The others behind the old man also bowed. The Yin family. Yi Xian hurriedly helped the old man up. Old senior, please don't be so polite. The old man sized up Yi Xian and stroked his beard with a smile. Young master, you're not simple. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the sword maniac. Introduce him? The sword maniac shook his head. I don't know him. He didn't know him. Yi Xian was stunned. This sword maniac didn't know about the Yin family? Yin Jinqing suddenly smiled. Young master, we come from the Confucian world, which is quite far from the All-Heaven City. As for my Yin family, we rarely come out into the world. Hence, very few people know of our Yin family. Yi Xian said in a low voice. The Confucian world? Yin Jinqing nodded. Yes. I'll give you a detailed introduction later. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. At the moment, Yi Xian was still a little shocked. Not until then did he realize that his father had really gone far away from him. Not only his father, but also Qing'er. If it weren't for him, who knows where they would be now? He had slowed down the two of them. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the ancient divine clan suddenly said, Does the Yin family intend to interfere in this matter as well? Yin Jinqing turned to look at the middle-aged man, and said with a smile, My Yin family will follow you to death. Young master. Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, and he was slightly puzzled. Where did this guy come from? And that green-robed sword master? Who were these father and son? Why were so many forces so loyal to him? At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn. He felt that the ancient divine race might have underestimated the green-robed sword master. At this moment, Sword Maniac suddenly vanished on the spot. Attacked directly. Her target was the middle-aged man. Cross-rank challenge. Yin Jinqing was taken aback by the sword addict's direct attack. The sword alliance was too unyielding. Don't you want to talk anymore? The middle-aged man suddenly said, Retreat. As he spoke, he looked at Li Daoran and Xiao Yu from the Divine Palace. Both of you retreat first. The 5 of us will stop them. He didn't choose to flee with his men because if he did that, the forces of the Divine Palace and Skypath Hall might be annihilated. Even if they weren't completely annihilated, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if he did that, those 2 forces might directly turn to Yi Xian. Therefore, The 5 of them had to stay behind to cover their retreat. When they heard the middle-aged man's words, Li Daoran and Xiao Yu's faces turned extremely unsightly. Leaving was equivalent to giving up all the benefits of the All-Heaven City, including the spring of eternal life. However, they had no choice but to leave. If they didn't leave, then without the help of the ancient divine clan, their forces would be completely devoured. They didn't think too much about it, and immediately retreated with their respective experts. The members of the Sword Alliance naturally wouldn't allow Xiao Yu and the others to leave so easily, and all the swordsmen charged forward. Meanwhile, the 5 Heaven Ascension stage experts from the ancient divine clan suddenly vanished on the spot. Boom! In an instant, countless time rivers appeared in the sky. These world rivers were like barriers that blocked the sky and blocked the Sword Alliance's sword cultivators. And it was this obstruction that allowed the experts of the Skypath Hall and Divine Palace to retreat. The 5 Heaven Ascension stage experts also immediately retreated. Just as Sword Maniac was about to give chase, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's not chase for now." Sword Maniac looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's slow down first." Sword Maniac hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. The Sword Alliance indeed needed to slow down now. Yi Xian looked at Yin Jinqing and Lin Xiao, who was walking over, and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your help, seniors." Lin Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied. "Young master, you're too polite. I wasn't joking when I said that the All Heavens Palace will forever be loyal to you. The All Heavens Palace will always respect the Sword Master and Young Master. Young Master, if you need anything, just let us know." Yin Jinqing glanced at Lin Xiao, then hurriedly said, "Young Master, the Yin family is also willing to be loyal to you. The Yin family is willing to climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames for Young Master." Yi Xian. Lin Xiao glanced at Yin Jinqing somewhat displeased. Someone even tried to suck up to him. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Seniors, please take a rest first. The ancient divine clan will not give up. So to us this is just the beginning." Lin Xiao nodded. "We have to come up with a countermeasure." He naturally did not dare to underestimate the ancient divine clan. From the looks of it, the overall strength of this force was definitely above the All Heavens Palace. Moreover, the Skypath Hall and Divine Palace had joined them. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Sword Maniac. Return to the Sword Alliance. He wanted to see the Sword Principal, will that his father had left behind. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at the Divine Palace in the distance and said, "Miss Sword Maniac, clean up the battlefield. And take away the Skypath Hall as well." Everyone. A short while later, Yi Xian arrived at the Sword Alliance under Sword Maniac's lead. Sword Maniac led Yi Xian to a large hall. The hall was very large and very quiet. Sword Maniac suddenly stopped. There was a strand of Sword Principal will on a nearby wall. It was left behind by the green-clothed man. Sword Maniac bowed deeply when he saw this strand of Sword Principal will, and his eyes were filled with devotion. Sword Principal faith. The Sword Alliance really treated the green-clothed man as their faith. Yi Xian walked over to the strand of Sword Principal will. At this moment, the strand of Sword Principal will trembled slightly. Obviously, it had sensed Yi Xian's presence. Yi Xian sized up the strand of Sword Principal will. He gradually realized that this strand of Sword Principal will wasn't simple at all. It was a complete strand of Sword Principal will. Moreover, Chen Shi had left it behind on purpose. It was completely different from the incomplete Sword Principal will he'd seen in the past. Now he truly understood why the Sword Alliance treated Chen Shi as a form of faith. Because this strand of Sword Principal will, that Chen Shi's father had left behind, was a Sword Principal will. It was a Sword Principal and a direction. Any swordsman wouldn't be confused after they saw this strand of Sword Principal will, and they would have a direction. So the Sword Principal could be like this. At this moment, Yi Xian had such a feeling as well. So the Sword Principal will could be so awesome. This strand of Sword Principal will contain too much. Even at this moment, a strand of admiration towards Chen Shi had arisen in his heart. Needless to say, Chen Shi's father was quite capable. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, have you been underestimating master all this time?" Yi Xian's face fell. "Damn it. How did you know what I was thinking? Xiao Ta chuckled. I guessed. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta suddenly said. Young master, let me tell you, master is at his strongest when he goes crazy. However, master is basically invincible now. He rarely goes crazy. You haven't seen him go crazy before. When he goes crazy, he even slashes himself. Yi Xian said softly. Father didn't have it easy in the past, right? Xiao Ta said. Compared to you, master really didn't have it easy. Sometimes he was really miserable. Especially when he faced Sister Tianming. I even suspected that if master didn't have the protagonist's halo, he might have been killed. Yi Xian. Small Tower continued. Big Sister Tianming, you're really too awesome. However, Sister Tianming has a very bad temper. If she doesn't agree with her, she will destroy the entire universe. To be honest, I think she broke the rules. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Broke the rules? What do you mean? Xiao Ta thought for a long time, then said. In the words of the Milky Way realm, she might be a bug. Yi Xian was stunned. Penyoju, what are you talking about? Xiao Ta said. Young master, your knowledge is really backward. You don't even know this. If there's a chance in the future, go to the Milky Way realm to play. It's fun there. The girls there don't wear any clothes. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Are you serious? Don't wear clothes? Small Tower snickered. They're wearing so little. Yi Xian hesitated for a while, then asked. Really very little? Xiao Ta violently nodded. Young master, you can really go and play there. But you can't bring Sister Tianming there. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Xiao Ta softly sighed. Young master, did you really not notice a problem? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What problem? Xiao Ta said. Sister Tianming is very dangerous. Although master also likes to kill, master won't act recklessly. Normally, she only kills those who deserve to be killed. But Sister Tianming is different. She doesn't discriminate when she kills. Once she gets angry, she doesn't target one person, she targets the entire universe. Speaking up to this point, it suddenly jumped up. Young master, sometimes you have to persuade her. Her way of thinking is too dangerous. I'm really afraid that one day, I'll suddenly be affected and directly get killed. Yi Xian was about to speak. Just at this moment, that strand of sword wool on the far wall suddenly separated from the wall, then directly entered Yi Xian's body. Boom! A powerful sword chi swept out from Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian was directly stunned. Not only Yi Xian, that sword maniac was also stunned. At this moment, countless swordsmen appeared in the main hall. When they saw that strand of sword wool disappear, all the swordsmen's face immediately sank. Soon, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Sword maniac looked at Yi Xian. Can I kill you? Yi Xian. Anxious. FPZW. Chapter 1724. All the swordsmen in the hall were looking at Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he was quite stunned. Why did that strand of sword intent suddenly move into my body? What's going on? After all, the swordsmen of the Sword Alliance regard that strand of sword intent as a god. What should I do? Yi Xian was quite stunned as well. Meanwhile, the sword crazy spoke softly. The sword master left it for us. We only have that strand of sword intent. She sounded quite aggrieved. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and noticed that all the swordsmen were looking at him. They felt quite aggrieved. It was naturally impossible for them to attack Yi Xian. After all, that strand of sword intent belonged to Yi Xian's father. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Actually, I had another mission when I came to the Sword Alliance this time, and it was to take that strand of sword intent. All of them were stunned when they heard this. The sword crazy gazed at Yi Xian. The sword master's intentions? Yi Xian nodded. The sword master's intentions. The swordsmen exchanged glances. The sword crazy's expression eased up quite a bit, and she spoke softly. Can you tell me why? Yi Xian sighed softly. Miss Sword Crazy, my father left this strand of sword intent with good intentions, but he noticed that all of you were too attached to it. Too attached. The expressions of all the swordsmen turned gloomy. Yi Xian continued. The intent of this strand of sword intent is to give all of you a direction in the sword Tao. And it isn't to make all of you walk on its own path. Every single swordsman is different, and all of you need to forge a path in the sword Tao that belongs to you. Moreover, this strand of sword intent has become an obstruction to all of you. All of you need to forget it, and forge your own path in the sword Tao. All the swordsmen within the hall fell silent. Their own path. The sword maniac was also silent, as if he was deep in thought. Yi Xian continued. All of you can treat Dad as a goal in the path of the sword, but all of you can't feel that you'll always be inferior to him. What you need isn't to believe in others, but to believe in yourself and believe in yourself. Only in this way will you be able to break through your shackles and reach new heights in the way of the sword. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. At this moment, a swordsman from the Sword Alliance suddenly sighed in a low voice. After listening to young master's words, I'm suddenly enlightened. All these years, although Sword Master's wisp of sword Tao willpower gave me a direction, it also suppressed me to the point of suffocation. Every time I see it, I feel that it is a mountain that I can never cross. The rest of the swordsmen nodded in agreement. The swordsman continued. It's not a bad thing for us to lose this wisp of sword will. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, I'll ask my father to come here himself next time. At that time, you can ask him if you have any questions. Hearing this, all the swordsmen in the hall were overjoyed. If they could receive pointers from the sword master, it would be a great opportunity for them. After a while the crowd dispersed, leaving only Yi Xian and Sword Maniac in the hall. Yi Xian looked at Sword Maniac. Miss Sword Maniac, I'll be in seclusion for a few days. In these few days, discuss with Senior Lin Xiao and the others how to deal with the ancient divine clan. Sword Maniac glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. Okay. Yi Xian suddenly asked. By the way, Miss Sword Maniac, are Miss Nian Nian and Tu around? Sword Maniac said. They're in seclusion to break through to the Heaven Ascension stage. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. Break through to the Heaven Ascension stage? Sword Maniac nodded. They've been in seclusion for 3 months. If there are no accidents, they'll come out in another month. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Heaven Ascension? Sword Maniac looked at Yi Xian. Is there a problem? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. What was a genius? What was a monster? Nian Nian and Tu were. He did not expect that the 2 women were actually breaking through to the Heaven Ascension stage. One must know that when they parted, what realm were the 2 women in? But now, after the 2 women came to the Sword Alliance, they actually began to break through to the Heaven Ascension stage. This was too terrifying. Of course, this was a good thing. If Nian Nian and Tu could reach the Heaven Ascension stage, it would definitely be a great thing for him. A moment later, Sword Maniac left. Inside the hall, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged. He sensed that the wisp of sword Tao intent was in his body. To be precise, it was in Xiaota's body. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Xiaota, is this your doing? Xiaota hurriedly said, Young master, I'm innocent. It's this wisp of sword Tao intent that sensed your bloodline aura. So it took the initiative to find you. Yi Xian was a little suspicious. Really? Xiaota said, Young master, don't I have any credibility in your heart? Yi Xian said indifferently. Don't you have any idea what's going on? Xiaota was speechless. Yi Xian sensed that wisp of sword Tao intent. That wisp of sword Tao intent was wandering in Xiaota's body, and had no other intentions. And Yi Xian did not choose to absorb it, because it was more useful to keep it. Activating this wisp of sword Tao intent at a critical moment would be a piece of cake to kill a Heaven Ascension stage. At least for now, he absolutely could not stop this wisp of sword Tao intent. He had thought it through. In the future, when he saw his father, big brother, and Qing heir, he would ask for more of this sword Tao intent. This thing was a weapon to kill the enemy. Yi Xian sat down and began to absorb the martial arts concepts and the use of some martial arts that God Yi gave him. He had 2 goals now. The first was to stabilize his realm. The second was to practice the sword drawing technique. Before this, he could already stack 130 slashes. Now his sword drawing technique could guarantee a minimum of 200 slashes. He had already reached the Heaven Ascension stage, and what he wanted to do was to be invincible among his peers. In the following time, Yi Xian began to study the Heaven Ascension stage. Not only did he study the Heaven Ascension stage, but he also studied the Eternity stage, the Critical Boundary stage, the Borderless stage, and the Void Realm, because he had crossed several realms in an instant. And what he needed to do now was to familiarize himself with these realms, and then slowly stabilize his current realm. During his study, Yi Xian discovered that besides the Heaven Ascension stage, the Eternity stage, the Critical Boundary stage, the Borderless stage, and the Void Realm were all related to the dimension of time, especially the Void Realm, which could directly erase the nothingness of time, which was equivalent to a method of erasure, forcefully erasure, because once a powerhouse reached the realm of intent, even if their physical body and soul were destroyed, their consciousness could still exist in the dimension of time. It could be said that such powerhouses were relatively difficult to kill. However, experts at the Void Realm could directly erase the dimension of time, and such experts weren't just able to erase their opponent's dimension of time, they were able to erase all the dimensions of time. Every single expanse of space had a huge number of dimensions of space. Void Realm experts weren't just able to erase the dimensions of space, they could even control the dimensions of time. Some top-rate Void Realm experts were even able to control over 10 dimensions of time with a wave of their hands. As for the Heaven Ascension realm, it was even more terrifying. Simply speaking, the Heaven Ascension realm was to cultivate a dimension of time that belonged to one's own. The Void Realm and below utilized the dimension of time that existed in this expanse of space, but the Heaven Ascension realm didn't. The Heaven Ascension realm was to cultivate a dimension of time that belonged to one's own. And it was a dimension of time that was different from this expanse of space. Actually, it was still playing with time. However, the difference was that the Heaven Ascension realm played with its own dimension of time. That was the biggest difference. Its own dimension of time. Moreover, its own dimension of time surpassed the dimension of time that existed in this expanse of space. So, while the Heaven Ascension realm could crush Void Realm experts, it wasn't absolute. For example, the Sword Fanatic. The Sword Fanatic was at the peak of the Void Realm, but the main reason she was able to fight Heaven Ascension realm experts was because her combat strength was too formidable, and she could threaten the Heaven Ascension realm experts' dimension of time. What he had to do now was to stabilize his current realm of cultivation, and then cultivate the sword drawing technique, so that its might could instantly annihilate the Heaven Ascension realm expert's dimension of time. If he could easily destroy the dimension of time of a Heaven Ascension realm expert, then he could easily annihilate a Heaven Ascension realm expert. After that, Yi Xian entered into closed-door cultivation. Outside the hall, the city governor of All Heaven's City, Lin Xiao, and the Yin clan's Yin Jinqing were playing chess. Yin Jinqing glanced at Lin Xiao. City Governor Lin, do you know much about the ancient divine clan? Lin Xiao shook his head. Not really. Yin Jinqing smiled. The ancient heaven dimension has a clan, a sect, a church, and a hall. Each of these 4 top-rate powers possesses 2 saint-rank springs of eternal life. Lin Xiao glanced at Yin Jinqing, then smiled. What are you trying to say, Brother Yin? Yin Jinqing smiled. As far as I know, the ancient divine clan offered 2 spirit-grade springs of eternal life to Brother Lin, but you rejected them. Not only did you reject them outright, but you also declared war on the ancient divine clan. Brother Lin, you're so bold. Lin Xiao laughed. Your Yin clan came all the way here to support us. That's quite the bold move. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Ancient Heaven Dimension. With the help of the ancient divine clan's experts, the experts of Skyway Temple and God Palace retreated to the ancient heaven dimension. Xiao Yu and Li Daren's expressions were extremely ugly. Both sides had lost too many top-tier experts this time, especially at the last moment, when the All Heaven's Palace suddenly attacked, catching both sides off guard. They did not expect the All Heaven's Palace to choose to help Yi Xian and the Sword Alliance. That was something they could not understand. In a certain hall, a middle-aged man sat on a chair. That man was the ancient divine clan's current clan master, Tian Yi. He was also God Ye's father. In front of Tian Yi stood a heaven ascension expert from the ancient divine clan. A moment later, Tian Yi looked at the expert in front of him. The Yin clan also came to support us? The man nodded. Yes, that young man is not to be underestimated. Should we investigate him? Tian Yi smiled. Investigate? What's there to investigate? He killed my son first. Although he was only an illegitimate son. Do you think someone from the Tian clan can be killed so easily? Moreover, the Sword Alliance directly declared war on the Heavenly Clan. And they won't stop until one of us is dead. At that point he suddenly shook his head and smiled. What a joke. A mere Sword Alliance dares to declare war on the Heavenly Clan. I wonder who gave them the courage. The ignorant are truly fearless. The man wanted to say something but stopped. Tian Yi suddenly stood up and stretched, then smiled. Aren't they competing to see who has more people? Then let's play with them first. I'm going to kill them, the man said in a low voice. Are we mobilizing the Heaven Inspire Army? The Heaven Inspire Army? Tian Yi laughed. Do they deserve it? P.S. Did many people think that I would forget what day it is? How naive. How could I dare to forget such an important day? Although I'm usually mischievous, I won't drop the ball at this critical moment. Let's go. FPZW. Chapter 1725. The middle-aged man in front of Tian Yi hesitated for a moment and said, It's better not to underestimate the enemy. The swordsman of the Sword Alliance is quite strong. Moreover, the Yen family and the All-Heaven Palace are helping him. I'm afraid this young man's background isn't simple. Tian Yi smiled. Tianjun, do you have no confidence in the Heavenly Clan? Tianjun shook his head. Of course I have confidence in the Heavenly Clan. What I mean is that if we want to destroy the Sword Alliance, and that young man, we should mobilize our top experts, and not give them any chance. Tian Yi nodded. You're right, but I have a better idea. Tianjun looked at Tian Yi. Tian Yi smiled. Pass down the order. Anyone who kills a member of the Sword Alliance will receive 100 sacred eternal origin crystals. Tianjun was taken aback. Kill with a borrowed knife? Tian Yi smiled. They won't target the Sword Alliance alone, but they want the eternal origin crystals. What do you think they will do then? The Heavenly Army said solemnly. They will come and join us. Tian Yi nodded. This time, we can use this opportunity to recruit some top experts. Also, there's a Saint rank eternal life spring in the All-Heaven City. If my Tian clan obtains another one like this, hee, Tianjun said. I'm more worried that the Sword Alliance has a backup plan. Tian Yi smiled. I know you're worried, but be more confident. Is there anyone in this world who can destroy the Heavenly Clan? Tianjun shook his head. No. Tian Yi smiled. A puny Sword Alliance dares to declare war on the Heavenly Clan. If we don't kill them, what will the world think of us? What will the forces in the ancient heaven realm think of us? He patted Tianjun's shoulder. Don't think about anything else. Just do it. As soon as the ancient Heavenly Clan issued the wanted order, countless unaffiliated experts rushed towards the ancient Heavenly Clan. Eternal origin crystals. Moreover, it was a saint-level one. The temptation was too great, because in order to break through to the Heaven Ascension stage, one needed this saint-rank eternal life origin crystal. Xiaoyu sat quietly in a certain hall. Opposite her was Li Daoran. Li Daoran had recovered his physical body. Xiaoyu's face was gloomy. She had a bad premonition when she saw the All-Heaven Mansion and Yen clan supporting the Sword Alliance. Why would these two forces support Yi Xian? There was only one possibility. That was the azure-robed Sword Master. As a veteran fighter, Lin Xiao might have met Sword Master Green Robes before. In other words, the green-robed Sword Master might be much stronger than she had imagined. At this moment she was a little worried. Li Daoran was slightly worried as well. Initially, he had thought that with the help of the ancient divine clan, he could easily take down the Sword League. He had never expected things to develop to such an extent. Of course, it was too late for them to regret. What they needed to do now was to completely destroy the Sword Alliance and Yi Xian, because the two sides were already irreconcilable. In the Sword Alliance, At that moment, Yi Xian was still cultivating in seclusion. As for the matters outside, he had left them all to sword maniac and Lin Xiao. During this period of time, he had been studying the time dimension every day. He now had his own time dimension. It had to be said that the time dimension was truly marvelous. Time. He gave it a try. The current him could actually separate his consciousness from his physical body and soul. He could let his consciousness directly abandon his physical body and soul and enter his own time dimension. Most importantly, his own space-time dimension could suppress the space-time dimension of this current space-time dimension. About half a month later, Yi Xian had more or less mastered his own time dimension. His current realm could be considered to have completely stabilized. After his realm was stabilized, he came to a dead and silent starry sky. Yi Xian looked around. He opened his left hand, and a sheathed longsword appeared in his hand. Yi Xian suddenly drew. Qi. A ray of sword light suddenly pierced through the sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was directly annihilated. 200 superimposed sword drawing techniques. He could now very easily display 200 superimposed sword drawing techniques. And this sword directly wiped out this dead and silent starry sky. Even the time dimension of this starry sky was erased. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand. This sword of his now could already kill a Heaven Ascension realm fighter. But to directly kill the opponent in a second was still difficult. Not enough. Yi Xian continued to practice. He wanted to reach the limit of his current realm. He believed that if he could reach his current limit, his sword drawing technique would absolutely be able to kill a Heaven Ascension expert. After all, this was the sword drawing technique that his father had taught him. Not only the sword drawing technique, but he also began to practice the one sword to decide life and death that Qing'er had taught him. Previously, his realm was not enough, his attainments in the way of the sword were not enough, so he could not achieve the imposing manner that Qing'er had. But now he felt that he could. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. Why did he not fuse his father's sword-drawing technique with Qing'er's one sword to decide life and death? This was completely possible, because the two sword techniques did not conflict at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly began to do it. One sword to decide life and death. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. What was one sword to decide life and death? That is, when I strike with this sword, you will definitely die. This sword was all about imposing manner. Imposing manner of invincibility. Once the sword strikes, one will definitely die. Will not rest until one is dead. In the pitch-black star domain, Yi Xian stood quietly with the sword in his right hand. Around him, the star domain had already been erased, leaving only nothingness. At this moment, Yi Xian's mind constantly recalled the scene of Qing'er striking with his sword. How did Qing'er strike with his sword? After a long time, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Boom! In an instant, a powerful sword force swept out from Yi Xian's body. And as Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the nothingness in front of him began to be destroyed. This was the destruction of matter. All matter was destroyed. This was no longer a simple erasure. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Yes, these two sword techniques could really be fused. Moreover, the power was simply multiplied. This sword technique was too terrifying. Yi Xian himself felt horrified, because he found that with his current strength, he could not withstand this sword at all. And he had just tested it. The power of the sword just now was not the end. The power could still be stronger. Yi Xian discarded all distracting thoughts and continued to cultivate. While Yi Xian was cultivating, the Sword Alliance, the All Heavens Mansion, and the Yen clan had gathered all their experts, especially the Sword Alliance. All the swordsmen of the Sword Alliance had basically returned to the Sword Alliance. And the Sword Alliance now had 4 Heaven Ascension swordsmen. They were Sword Extinction, Sword Wood, Sword Summit, and Sword Travel. In a large hall, Sword Extinction and the others were present, and so was Sword Maniac. Although Sword Maniac was not at the Heaven Ascension realm, it was only a matter of time before she reached the Heaven Ascension realm. Sword Maniac looked at Sword Extinction. You have been to the ancient Heaven realm, tell me about it? Sword Extinction nodded. There are many Heaven Ascension experts. Sword Maniac said in a deep voice. Do you know their specific experts? Sword Extinction shook his head. I don't know. Hearing this, Sword Maniac frowned. At this moment, Sword Maniac suddenly said, Who cares about them, just fight. Sword Maniac shook his head. The ancient divine clan is not simple. We can't underestimate them. Sword Maniac laughed. It's not that we are underestimating them, but at this point, we have no other choice but to fight. As he spoke, he stood up and said, I will go to the ancient heaven realm and kill as many as I can. After that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared from the hall. Sword Extinction suddenly stood up. I will go too. Sword Travel suddenly laughed. How can I miss out on killing people? At the side, Jianxing suddenly smiled and said, How can I be left out when it comes to killing? Only Sword Wood and Sword Maniac were left in the hall. Sword Maniac looked at Swordwood, and Swordwood smiled. Then I will go too. Sword Maniac looked at Jianmu. Jianmu smiled and said, Then I'll go as well. With that, he rode his sword and disappeared from the hall. These guys are all hot-tempered. Actually, she wanted to go too. But she had to stay and lead the Sword Alliance. Now that Yi Xian was in closed-door cultivation, if she went, then the Sword Alliance would be without a leader. A short while later, Sword Maniac suddenly said, City Governor Lin and Patriarch Yin, please. A short while later, Lin Xiao and Yin Jinqing entered the hall. Lin Xiao smiled. Miss Sword Maniac, where did Brother Sword Ju and the others go? Sword Maniac replied. They went to the ancient divine clan. Lin Xiao and Yin Jinqing exchanged glances. And then Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled. How fierce. He really felt that the Sword Alliance was fierce. This group of sword cultivators was truly a group of ferocious people. Putting aside the question of whether or not they could win, this group of sword cultivators really dared to fight. So long as you provoked them, they would fight you. Moreover, they would fight you to the death. He even wondered if the swordsmen were looking for a fight. Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and looked at Sword Maniac. Miss Sword Maniac, I've received news that the ancient divine clan has issued an arrest warrant. Anyone who kills a member of the Sword Union will be rewarded with 100 Saint-grade eternal life springs. Sword Maniac nodded. I've received the news. Lin Xiao said with a smile. They want to recruit more powerhouses to deal with us. Sword Maniac asked. City Governor Lin, do you have any countermeasures? Lin Xiao shook his head. There are no countermeasures. Because in terms of financial resources, we might not be able to beat them even if we combined our forces. Moreover, there is no need to do this. What we lack now is not people, but Heaven Ascension experts. Only Heaven Ascension experts could decide the final outcome. Of course, the experts below were also important, but if the Heaven Ascension experts were not equal, they would be crushed. At this moment, Yin Jinqing suddenly said, Gentlemen, I have an idea. The two looked at Yin Jinqing, and Yin Jinqing smiled. This is easy to solve. As long as the Sword Master appears, everything will end. Sword Maniac and Yin Jinqing shook their heads. Lin Xiao smiled. Brother Yin, what you say makes sense, but the problem now is that no one knows where the Sword Master is. Yin Jinqing frowned. Even the young master doesn't know? Sword Maniac nodded. He doesn't know. Yin Jinqing said softly. Then what should we do? Sword Maniac suddenly stood up. I'll ask you two one last time. Are you two really willing to protect the young master? Even if it has the power to exterminate the entire clan. Both of them were silent. Chapter 1726. Whether it was Lin Xiao or Yin Jinqing, they were helping Yi Xian because of the Azure Sword Master. They wanted to repay him. As long as the Azure Sword Master appeared, he would be able to wipe out everything. However, if the Azure Sword Master didn't appear, it would mean that they would have to lead their people and fight the ancient divine clan to the death. They would suffer heavy losses. Because the ancient divine clan was very powerful, the sword fanatic didn't say anything else, and the surroundings fell into silence. No matter what the All Heaven City and the Yin family chose, the Sword Alliance would stand on Yi Xian's side and fight to the death with Yi Xian. Without the Azure Sword Master, there would be no Sword Alliance. Lin Xiao suddenly smiled. Since the All Heavens Palace has chosen to stand on the young master's side, we will naturally support him to the end, even if it means exterminating our clan. There were 2 reasons for his decision. First, the Azure Sword Master was still alive. As long as the Azure Sword Master was still alive, wouldn't he appear if Yi Xian was really faced with a life or death situation? That was his son. Second, the All Heaven City had no other choice. Abandon Yi Xian and join the ancient divine clan? That was obviously impossible. The All Heaven City had killed many experts from the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Path Hall. Would those 2 forces tolerate the All Heaven City? Moreover, even if the ancient divine clan wanted them, they would only use them to fight the Sword Alliance to the death. Therefore, the All Heavens Palace could only follow Yi Xian to the end. Yan Jinqing suddenly said, "The Yin family will support the young master to the end, even if it means exterminating our clan." Just like Lin Xiao, the Yin family had no other choice. They could only place all their hopes on Yi Xian. The sword fanatic nodded. "Now, I need both of you to gather all the experts from your families to the Sword Alliance." Lin Xiao looked at the sword fanatic. "Fight to the death." The sword fanatic nodded. "Fight to the death." Lin Xiao and Yan Jinqing looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The Sword Alliance was too unyielding. They would fight to the death just because of a disagreement. This tempo was a little too fast. The sword maniac suddenly stood up. "Pass down my order. All swordsmen are to assemble." Lin Xiao said solemnly. "Lady Sword Maniac, are you going to attack the ancient heaven realm?" The sword maniac nodded. "They took so long to arrive, and I was frustrated. So we took the initiative to attack." Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. The Sword Alliance was a little abnormal. Yan Jinqing suddenly said, "Why don't we wait for young master?" Lin Xiao also nodded. "Wait, young master?" The sword addict thought for a moment and said, "I'll go get him." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of sword light and vanished from the hall. In the hall, Yan Jinqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Sword League is moving too fast. Also, they don't seem to be afraid of death. Lin Xiao nodded. He had really seen it. The Sword Alliance was truly unafraid of death. Not only was he not afraid of death, he was not afraid of anything. They didn't want anything else. His mind was filled with the thought of fighting. They were simply a bunch of lunatics. At this moment, Yan Jinqing said softly, "Get ready." There was no need to hide any trump cards. "Just do it." Lin Xiao laughed. "Just do it." The 2 of them also left. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly sheathed his sword and turned to look. Not far away, the sword maniac was slowly walking toward him. The sword maniac looked at Yi Xian. "Are you done with your cultivation?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Almost." The sword maniac said, "Let's go." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Then he asked, "Where are we going?" The sword maniac said, "To the ancient heaven realm." Yi Xian said, "To attack the ancient heaven realm?" The sword maniac nodded. "They haven't come yet. I'm getting frustrated waiting. Jian Mu and the others have already gone. We'll go too." Yi Xian was speechless. The sword maniac looked at Yi Xian. "Is there a problem?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No problem." The sword maniac nodded slightly. "Then let's go." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian followed her. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Sword maniac, do you know much about the ancient divine clan?" The sword maniac shook his head. "Not at all." Yi Xian blinked. "Then don't you want to understand them first?" The sword maniac glanced at Yi Xian. "It's not too late to understand them after we fight." Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Soon, the 2 of them disappeared in the starry sky. In the sky above the Sword Alliance. At this moment, 409 swordsmen had gathered in the sky above the Sword Alliance. The weakest among them was a borderless swordsman. These swordsmen all had sword-like gazes, and they emitted a sharp sword Dao aura. Among these people, there were a total of 36 Void Realm experts, and the weakest among them were borderless realm experts. One had to admit that this lineup was really terrifying. Meanwhile, All Heaven Mansion's Lin Xiao appeared nearby with a group of experts. Yi Xian glanced at them. Lin Xiao had brought over 400 people with him. Among them, There were 5 Heaven Ascension Realm experts, 49 Void Realm experts, and the weakest among them were Borderless Realm experts. On the other side, Yin Jinqing had arrived with all the experts of the Yin family. The Yin family was small, with only 320 experts, and only 4 Heaven Ascension experts. Lin Xiao looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young master, let's do it?" Yi Xian nodded. "Let's do it. Let's go." With that, he turned around and flew on his sword. All the experts shot into the sky in unison. On this day, the entire All-Heaven City was shocked. Not long after Yi Xian and the others disappeared, a woman walked out of a hall in the Sword Alliance. The woman who walked out was Moon Yinyan. Moon Yinyan faced the sky and slowly closed her eyes. The space around her trembled slightly. After a long time, the corners of Moon Yinyan's mouth curled up slightly. A temporal dimension suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a temporal dimension that belonged to her. Obviously, she'd reached the Heaven Ascension realm. Moon Yinyan suddenly opened her palm. In an instant, the temporal dimension in front of her actually condensed into a sword. If someone was here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The materialization of the temporal dimension. This ability had surpassed the Heaven Ascension realm. A short while later, Moon Yinyan waved her hand lightly. In an instant, 10 temporal dimensional rivers appeared in front of her, and they transformed into 10 swords. She used the temporal dimension as a sword. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. "You've surpassed the Heaven Ascension realm." Moon Yinyan turned around and saw a white-robed woman standing not too far away. 2. Moon Yinyan smiled. "Do you know why that woman in a plain dress is so strong?" 2 gazed at Moon Yinyan and didn't speak. Moon Yinyan chuckled. "I already have some idea why she's so strong." 2 said, "Tell me." Moon Yinyan chuckled. "Everyone thinks that she has no realm, but in fact everyone is wrong." 2 frowned. "What do you mean?" Moon Yinyan smiled. "If I'm not wrong, she has reached the peak of the laws, then broke the laws, then created them, and finally broke them again." Moon Yinyan's voice. As soon as the voice fell, somewhere in the distant starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. The woman in the plain dress stopped as if she was listening. Inside the Sword Union, Moon Yinyan continued. She has surpassed the existing laws, which is the existing realm system. Not only that, but she has also overthrown this realm system, and then created a new one. 2 suddenly said, "Why do you think she has created her own realm system?" Moon Yinyan smiled. "Can you explain Yi Xian's invincible sword body?" Invincible sword body. 2 frowned when he heard this. She knew that Yi Xian's invincible sword body could absorb swords, but she didn't know why it could. In the distance, Moon Yinyan continued. "I've studied it before, but it was to no avail. But now I kind of understand. The invincible sword body that she gave to Yi Xian is actually a new cultivation system, one that far surpasses the current realm system. If I'm not wrong, it's not the invincible sword body, but the invincible body." 2 frowned. "Invincible body?" Moon Yinyan nodded. "Since swords can absorb it, why can't other things?" 2 didn't say anything. Moon Yinyan continued. "That's not the point. The point is that she has broken the realm system she created and reached another level." Then, she turned to look at the distant starry sky. "If I'm not wrong, she has a realm now, but she has 2 realms." 2 asked, "Which 2? Moon Yinyan smiled. "Existence and non-existence. Existence means that she has created a new great Tao, and non-existence means that she has broken the realm she created." Speaking of this, her pupils suddenly shrank. I understand. She is now treating herself as an opponent. She is playing with herself. Treating herself as an opponent." In the distant starry sky, the woman in the plain dress turned her head and took a glance. Her glance directly passed through countless time dimensions. The woman in the plain dress took a glance and retracted her gaze. Then she said, "Excellent." Then she continued to walk forward. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly said, "Almost." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. Obviously, Moon Yinyan's guess was not completely correct. In the Sword Alliance, Moon Yinyan suddenly didn't say anything. Tu also didn't say anything. She looked at the bluestone floor in front of her, thinking about something. Moon Yinyan's expression became more and more solemn. She had a bold guess. Who was the strongest in this universe now? The woman in the plain dress, the man in the green shirt, and the swordsman. Intuition told her that the woman in the plain dress wanted to kill the man in the green shirt and the swordsman. But not now. It was because of Yi Xian. If the woman in the plain dress killed the man in the green shirt and the swordsman, they might perish together. At that time, Yi Xian would have a headache, and the three of them might have the same idea, which was to kill each other, or be killed by each other. All three of them were invincible in the world, and all three of them were seeking death. If they didn't fight each other, who would fight them? There would be a battle. However, because of Yi Xian, the three of them didn't fight. Because if they really fought, what would happen to Yi Xian? Especially this Yi Xian, who often encountered some abnormal enemies. Therefore, before Yi Xian really grew up, the three of them would not fight. Or a stronger enemy would appear. Otherwise, the three of them would fight. Thinking about it, Nian Yin's expression became more and more solemn. She really hoped that her guess was wrong. P.S. Monthly votes. FPZW. Chapter 1727. If her conjecture was not wrong, once the three swords started fighting, no matter who won in the end, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to accept it, because they were all his close relatives. However, the three swords had already reached this stage. If they did not meet a new and powerful opponent, the three of them would definitely fight. Fortunately, if the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man were not worried about Yi Xian, they would have already started fighting. Moon Yinyan sighed. Although this was only her conjecture, it was not impossible for such a situation to happen in the future. At this time, Tu looked at Moon Yinyan. You should leave the fifth dimension as soon as possible. In fact, Moon Yinyan belonged to the plain-dress woman type. Research and study. Moon Yinyan's learning ability was too terrifying. She was the most terrifying person she had ever met besides the plain-dress woman. In fact, many people knew that the plain-dress woman was powerful, but no one knew why she was so powerful. As someone who had once been one, she knew. The plain-dressed woman's learning and creative ability could only be described as terrifying. And Moon Yinyan was also this kind of person. However, Moon Yinyan was trapped in the fifth dimension in the early stages. It should be said that she was controlled by herself. At this moment, she finally understood why the green-robed man gave Moon Yinyan such a high evaluation. Because in this universe, besides the three swords, there was really no one stronger than Moon Yinyan. Even she too was slightly inferior. Of course, she had once played herself into a cripple. At this time, Moon Yinyan suddenly smiled. I'm leaving. Tu looked at Moon Yinyan. Not helping him? Moon Yinyan shook her head and smiled. I can't help him. Tu nodded slightly. I understand. Moon Yinyan smiled. He needs to grow. The more we help him, the slower his growth will be. You should know that his father and plain-dress woman are still waiting for him. As she said this, she looked at the distant starry sky. Good sister, let's go together? Let's see the peak experts of the current realm. Tu pondered for a moment before saying, Let's go. Moon Yinyan laughed. Let's go. As her voice faded, she and Tu suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian led everyone straight to the ancient heaven realm. In fact, he also wanted to fight. He could now stack 180 sword-drawing techniques. Most importantly, he had also incorporated Qing, Er's one sword determines life and death. As for how powerful it was, he didn't know. In any case, he Yi Xian was no longer a nobody. Actually, he was also a little aggrieved. He had already forgotten when he had started being a bystander. In any case, he was just a bystander. He couldn't participate in any battle. It was not that he was too weak, but that the enemy was too strong. And now, he, Yi Xian, finally didn't have to be a bystander anymore. He wanted to act tough. He wanted to show off in a high-profile manner. It was time to rise. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly said, Young master, there is something I have to tell you. Yi Xian said, Speak. Lin Xiao said in a low voice. The ancient heaven realm is not only limited to the ancient divine clan. Apart from the ancient divine clan, there is also the ancient heaven sect, the ancient profound temple, and the ancient Tai sect. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. This time, we are going against the ancient divine clan. Obviously, he was afraid that when the Sword League entered the ancient heaven realm, they would also fight the experts of the other forces. If that was the case, it would be troublesome, Yi Xian said with a smile. Of course, we are going against the ancient divine clan. As long as the other forces don't attack us, we naturally won't go against them. Lin Xiao nodded. Ancient heaven realm. At this moment, there was a great battle in the sky above the ancient divine clan. 4 against 7. It was Jianmu and the others. They had directly killed their way into the ancient heaven realm. As soon as they arrived at the ancient divine clan, 7 heaven ascension stage experts faced them. In fact, there were 4 in the beginning, but later on, the ancient divine clan realized that the 4 of them could not defeat the 4 swordsmen. Their combat strength was too terrifying. Therefore, they sent out another 3 heaven ascension stage experts. But they were still being suppressed. 4 against 7 could still suppress them. At this moment, all the experts in the ancient divine clan had somewhat solemn expressions. In front of the main hall, Tianyi looked at Jianmu and the others in the sky with a faint smile on his face. Beside Tianyi was Tianjun. Tianjun's face was somewhat solemn. The combat strength of these swordsmen was really terrifying. Almost every one of them could fight 1 against 2. This sword league was not simple. At this moment, Tianyi suddenly laughed. These swordsmen's combat strength is quite good. Tianjun said in a low voice. Very good. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. The old man said a few words in a low voice. Tianjun immediately frowned. That Yi Xian directly brought people to kill them? The old man nodded. They will be outside the ancient heaven realm soon. A trace of killing intent flashed in Tianjun's eyes. Who gave him the courage? Interesting. By the side, Tianyi suddenly laughed and said, Really too interesting. This is the first time someone wants to attack my ancient divine clan. Interesting, haha. Tianjun suddenly said, Should we mobilize the Heaven Inspire army? Tianyi shook his head. Not yet. At this moment, Jianmu and the others in the sky suddenly stopped, and the next moment, the 4 of them turned into 4 rays of sword light and gathered together. When the 4 of them gathered together, they suddenly turned around in unison, holding their long swords close to their eyebrows. And the next moment, the 4 of them formed sword seals with their left hands. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, for extremely terrifying and powerful sword momentum suddenly swept out from the 4 of them. Below, Tianjun's face changed dramatically. Retreat! In the sky, the 7 heaven ascension stage experts were about to retreat, but at this moment Jianmu and the other 3 suddenly took a step forward. Slash! The 4 of them attacked at the same time. 4 rays of sword light flashed across the battlefield like a sudden clap of thunder, heading straight for the Heaven Ascension expert of the ancient divine clan at the very front. The Heaven Ascension stage expert of the ancient divine clan's face instantly changed. He wanted to retreat, but at this moment, the 4 powerful sword momentum directly enveloped him. He could not retreat at all. At this critical moment, he could only passively defend. He suddenly put his hands together, and the 5-day time-dimensional river suddenly condensed in front of him, forming a barrier of the river of time. At this moment, the 4 great rays of sword light suddenly converged into one. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the barrier of the river of time in front of the ancient divine clan expert directly turned into nothingness, and along with it, the expert himself also turned into nothingness. However, the sword chi did not dissipate, but continued straight down, slashing at the ancient heaven palace below. Where the sword light pointed, it was invincible. That was the main palace of the ancient divine clan. So wouldn't everyone laugh their heads off if it was destroyed? Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared above the ancient heaven palace, and a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand down lightly. Rage immobilizes. Bang! In an instant, a time-dimensional river, that was over 10 kilometers long traversed across the sky before him. Meanwhile, the ray of sword light had arrived before him. Rumble! The entire sky shook violently as the time-dimensional river swallowed the ray of sword light. The experts of the ancient divine clan instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Fortunately, they'd stopped it. Otherwise, the ancient divine clan would have lost a great deal of face this time. Suddenly, Jianmu, who led the group, spoke. Fuse! As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them suddenly transformed into rays of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! 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 The four rays of light tore through the sky and struck the time-dimensional river. Everyone watched as the time-dimensional river in front of the old man was obliterated inch by inch. The experts of the ancient divine clan were horrified when they witnessed this scene. As for the old man himself, his expression changed drastically, and he was just about to retreat when the four rays of light seemed to have traversed through space and arrived in front of him. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, the old man was sliced into pieces. Instant death. At the same time, the four rays of light shot into the ancient heaven palace. Rumble! The ancient heaven palace that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years had collapsed. At this moment, all the experts of the ancient divine clan were stunned. On the other hand, Tianye's expression had become extremely unsightly. Mad Sword suddenly laughed. Ancient divine clan, is this all you're going to do? Jianmu glanced at Mad Sword. Keep a low profile. Give them some face. You can't kill them without killing them. Otherwise it would be too cruel. Mad Sword roared with laughter. Jianmu, you're no ordinary bad geezer. Sword Ju shook the sword chest on his back, and then he gazed at Tianyi. I presume you're the patriarch of the ancient divine clan. Tianyi gazed at Sword Ju and smiled. Yes. Sword Ju gazed at Tianyi. Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Choose any one of the four of us. If you want a group fight, then all the Heaven Ascension realm experts of your ancient divine clan can attack together. Attack together? How domineering. The expressions of all the experts of the ancient divine clan had become unsightly. Tianyi started laughing instead. Mad Sword suddenly gazed at Jianmu. What's he laughing about? Jianmu thought for a moment and said, he wants to put on a show. The Mad Sword blinked. How? Jianmu glanced at Tianyi. Based on the old man's experience, he's just putting on a show. As for how he's going to put on a show, it'll depend on what he says. Meanwhile, Tianyi suddenly started laughing. All of you at once? How laughable. How truly laughable. Ha ha ha. The Mad Sword gazed at Jianmu. Is this what you call putting on a show? Jianmu shook his head. I was wrong. He's not putting on a show, he's just an idiot. The Mad Sword hesitated for a moment and said, You're a Heaven Ascension realm swordsman at any rate, so be more civilized. Jianmu said indifferently, I'm already very civilized. The Mad Sword was slightly curious. Why don't you do something uncivilized? Jianmu looked at Tianyi and cursed. The moon is hazy, the night is hazy. Your mother and I are hiding in the grass. I'll take out. Stop. The Mad Sword suddenly interrupted Jianmu. Enough. Enough. Stop talking. You're a little dirty. Jianmu said indifferently. You're the one who wanted me to say it. The Mad Sword said seriously. I underestimated your civilization. At this moment, the silent Jianxing suddenly looked at Jianmu and asked curiously. Old Mu, what are you going to take out? Jianmu. Chapter 1728. All the heavenly experts were looking at Jianmu and the others. Arrogant. These four swordsmen were too arrogant. Tianyi suddenly looked at Jianmu. Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, I'll fight you one-on-one. Obviously, Jianmu's words had infuriated him. Jianju turned to look at Jianmu. Is there a problem? Jianmu laughed. What problem could there be? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a beam of sword light and slashed down. A trace of disdain flashed in Tianye's eyes, and he shot into the sky in the next moment. Bang! In the sky above the ancient heavenly clan, A dazzling beam of sword light suddenly erupted. Jianmu was blasted back tens of thousands of meters. Jianmu was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation. Jianju glanced at Tianyi. How is it? Jianju said, Heaven Ascension Peak. Jianju glanced at the surroundings. There are many obscure auras here. Prepare yourselves. Jianxing nodded slightly. Right at this moment, Jianxing suddenly said, Sword Maniac and the young master are here. Jianju frowned. They're here in the ancient heavenly clan? Jianxing nodded. Jianju said, Jianxing, go and receive them. Jianxing nodded and transformed into a beam of sword light that vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the number of powerful auras in the surroundings was increasing. Jianxing glanced at the surroundings. Heaven Ascension Stage, at least 15. Jianju nodded. 1 against 3. Is there a problem? Jianju said. What about the other 3? Jianju thought for a moment and said, Give them to me. Jianxing immediately shook his head. No, I can't let you take all of them. Give me 2. Jianju glanced at him. Why don't I give you all 3? Jianju blinked. What did you just say? Jianju said, I'll give you all 3. Jianju said, the one above. Jianju said, Give me all 3. Jianju nodded. All right. Jianju was speechless. Yi Xian led them to the ancient heavenly clan. But they were stopped. It was a young man who stopped them. The young man looked to be in his 20s, wearing an embroidered robe, and carrying a sword at his waist. Obviously he was a swordsman. Looking at Yi Xian and the others, the youngster said with a smile, Are you all going to challenge the ancient heaven realm? The young man smiled. Young Master Yi Xian. Young Master? The teenager said with a smile. This must be Young Master Yi Xian, right? Young Master Yi Xian. Young Master Yi Xian? Neither of them followed the other's words. The youth looked at Yi Xian. I am Chen Xuanji, an inner disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Ancient the clan. Yi Xian smiled and said, So it's Brother Chen. Brother Chen, we are going to the ancient divine clan. Can you please let us pass? Yi, Chen brother. Yi Xian said with a smile. Why? Chen Xuanji smiled. Brother Yi, outsiders are not allowed to enter the ancient heavenly clan. Brother Yi, please don't make things difficult for me. Yi Xian asked again. Has the ancient heavenly sect chosen to side with the ancient heavenly clan? Chen Xuanji shook his head. I don't know. I'm just an inner disciple. My duty is to guard this place and not let outsiders enter. Yi Xian smiled. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the ancient heavenly sect. Please make way. Chen Xuanji looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, please don't make things difficult for me. Yi Xian blinked. If this chapter is not finished, please continue. What if I insist on going? Chen Xuanji shrugged. Brother Yi, if you have the guts, you can step over my dead body. Yi Xian suddenly wielded his sword. Qi. Before Chen Xuanji could react, his head flew off. Instant kill. Yi Xian walked over to Chen Xuanji's corpse and looked at him. As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Lin Xiao glanced at the members of the Lin family behind him. See that? Don't act cool if you don't have the strength. Otherwise, you'll become an idiot. The members of the Lin family were speechless. It didn't take long for them to enter the ancient heavenly clan, and an old man appeared before them. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you're so mighty. Yi Xian smiled. I presume you're a senior of the ancient heavenly clan. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you killed someone without saying a word. You're really mighty. Yi Xian looked at the old man. My sword alliance only targets the ancient heavenly clan. The old man's gaze gradually turned cold. But young Master Yi killed someone from my ancient heavenly sect. My ancient heavenly sect wants an explanation from you. Yi Xian smiled. You want an explanation? Alright, I'll give you one. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Sword Crazy. Let's go to the ancient heavenly sect. To the ancient heavenly sect. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. Sword Crazy glanced at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled. We're not looking for trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. As he spoke, he turned to look at the old man. If you want an explanation, fine. From this moment onward, my sword alliance will declare war against the ancient heavenly sect. Everyone listen up. We'll destroy the ancient heavenly sect first. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them rushed towards the ancient heavenly sect. The old man's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard that. Damn it! Is he a madman? Does your sword alliance declare war like you're having a meal? Declare war at the slightest provocation? Yi Xian wasn't joking, and he really led them towards the ancient heavenly sect. At this moment, the old man suddenly started to panic. The ancient heavenly sect wasn't afraid of the sword alliance. It was mainly because they didn't want to declare war against the Sword Alliance right now. Wouldn't the ancient heavenly clan be overjoyed if they declared war against the Sword Alliance right now? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Yi Xian's group. The old man hurriedly went over and bowed slightly. Sect Master. The middle-aged man was the sect master of the ancient heavenly sect, Mo Qingran. Mo Qingran looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, this is just a misunderstanding. Yi Xian smiled. I think it might not be a misunderstanding. I firmly believe that the inner court disciples of your ancient heavenly sect wouldn't be so brainless. In my opinion, he either received instructions from your sect, or was being used by someone else. He wants to cause conflict between my sword alliance and the ancient heavenly sect. If it's the former, then there's no need to play around. If you want to fight, then my sword alliance will accompany you at any time. If it's the latter, then you have to investigate it properly. As he spoke, he glanced at the old man at the side. And this person, you can investigate him. The old man's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard this. Mo Qingran smiled. Young Master Yi, my ancient heavenly sect has no intention of interfering in the matters between you and the ancient heavenly clan for now. For now. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. Since it's a misunderstanding, then we'll be taking our leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Sword Crazy and the others away. Mo Qingran didn't stop them. The old man by Mo Qingran's side spoke in a low voice. Sect Master. Yi Xian isn't just ordinarily arrogant. Mo Qingran suddenly turned around and slapped the old man. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page. Slap. The old man wasn't even able to react before his body was slapped into pieces. The old man was stunned. Mo Qingran gazed at the old man. It's fine if Qin Xian is stupid. Why are you stupid as well? The old man didn't dare answer him. Mo Qingran looked towards the distance. My ancient heavenly sect isn't afraid of the Sword Alliance. But why should we go against them? Tell me why. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, He killed one of our men. Mo Qingran suddenly roared in rage. Idiot. Why did he kill our men? Because our men intentionally caused trouble for them. That Qin Xian is stupid, but are you stupid as well? Also put away your arrogance. Don't think that the powers outside of the ancient heavenly world are pushovers. Open your dog eyes and see that the Sword Alliance isn't weak at all. The old man didn't dare to speak. Mo Qingran slowly closed his eyes. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. The old man. In the distant horizon, Lin Xiao walked to Yi Xian's side and smiled. Young master, you said you wanted to start a war with the ancient heavenly race. Are you serious? Yi Xian smiled. Senior, what do you think? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. If it was Sword Crazy, he would definitely think it was true. But Yi Xian was very different from ordinary swordsmen. Yi Xian was a cunning person. This guy said he wanted to start a war, but he might not really mean it. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, do you know why Qin Xian and that old man are so arrogant? Lin Xiao said. They think that we don't dare to be enemies with them at this time. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. If we back down, they will think that we are weak. Many people are like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If you reason with them, they will think that you are a coward. We can reason with them, but only once. If they don't listen, we will kill them. As long as you kill them, they will come and reason with you. Lin Xiao looked at Yi Xian. What if the ancient heavenly sect really wants to start a war with us? Yi Xian smiled. They won't. Lin Xiao smiled. Why do you think so? Yi Xian said. What benefits do they get from starting a war with us? This kind of force cares about benefits the most. They won't do anything that doesn't benefit them. Lin Xiao asked again. What if they really want to start a war with us because of their pride? Yi Xian shrugged. Then we fight. Respect is earned with our fists. Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Xian and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, a sword light suddenly landed in front of Yi Xian and the others. The person who came was Jianxing. Yi Xian asked. What's the situation? Jianxing said. Jian Mu and the ancient heavenly clan's patriarch are fighting. Yi Xian asked. Can they win? Jianxing said. I don't know yet. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. The group headed straight for the ancient heavenly clan. On the way, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and said, based on my experience, this kind of force can usually summon an ancestor or something. We have to be mentally prepared. Jianxing said. Then we will kill their ancestor. Yi Xian. At this time Lin Xiao suddenly said, can the Sword Alliance summon an ancestor? Yi Xian looked at Sword Maniac. He was also a little curious. Sword Maniac thought for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian. Why don't you try it later? Call him Daddy. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Are they worthy? P.S. I will work hard to save chapters. I want to rise up too. I won't be a 2-chapter guy anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 1729. The Ancient Divine Clan. Jian Mu and Tian Yi were still fighting. Needless to say, both of them were very strong, especially Tian Yi, because Tian Yi was showing signs of being suppressed. The situation wasn't in Jian Mu's favor. At this moment the crazy sword suddenly said, Young Master and the others are here. Jian Ju turned around and saw Yi Xian, and the others had arrived. Meanwhile, the experts of the ancient divine clan appeared in the sky. 15 Heaven Ascension Realm experts. Moreover, there were over 200 Void rank experts. In terms of overall strength, the ancient divine clan had the upper hand. Of course, many of them were independent cultivators who had rushed over from other places. Meanwhile, Jian Mu and Tian Yi had stopped as well. Tian Yi looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I have to say, you've got guts. You actually. Yi Xian suddenly said, Kill. Kill. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the experts behind him were a little dumbfounded. Shouldn't they have a chat first? They should at least have an opening line. Meanwhile, the crazy sword had already charged out with his men. Lin Xiao laughed when he saw this. Then let's do it. Then, he and Yan Jinxing led the experts of the various clans and charged out as well. Fight as soon as they met. There was no need for any nonsense. It had to be said that the ancient divine clan was stunned. These fellows had started the fight as soon as they arrived. That was too fast. Tian Ye's face turned cold at this moment. At this moment, Tian Jun suddenly said, Anyone who kills a member of the Sword Alliance will be rewarded with 100 Saint Eternal Origin Crystals. 100 Eternal Origin Crystals. Needless to say, the independent cultivators who came to support were very tempted. However, they didn't attack. They were waiting for the experts of the ancient divine clan to attack first. They didn't want to be treated as cannon fodder. The Sword Alliance wasn't a pushover. If the experts of the ancient divine clan didn't attack first, they would definitely not attack first. Tian Jun clearly understood this. He waved his right hand, and the experts of the ancient divine clan charged out. The independent cultivators only attacked when they saw the experts of the ancient divine clan charging out. The battle began. There were more people on the side of the primordial divine tribe, but they didn't gain any advantage over the primordial divine tribe. That was because the swordsmen of the Sword Alliance were too terrifying. Almost everyone had the ability to fight 1 against 2. Seeing this scene, the faces of the heavenly army below were terrifyingly gloomy. At this time, Jianju suddenly looked at the Heaven Ascension experts of the ancient divine clan. Let's deal with these people first. As he finished speaking, a ray of sword light suddenly flew out from the sword box on his back, slashing straight at a Heaven Ascension expert of the ancient divine clan in the distance. On the other hand, Jian Xing, who stood by his side, charged out as well. He transformed into a sword and slashed through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Jianmu looked down at Tianyi and laughed. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden sword in his hand suddenly flew out and slashed straight at Tianyi. Tianyi did not make a move again. A gray-robed old man suddenly blocked in front of Jianmu. Tianyi looked at Yi Xian in the sky and smiled. I heard that my son is very outstanding. Is that true? Yi Xian looked at Tianyi. Looking at you, I suddenly feel that my father is too damn good. It's true. Tianyi smiled. Do you know how many sons I have? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Tianyi laughed. If not 10,000, at least 8,000. Yi Xian sighed softly. At that moment he really felt sorry for Godyi. It was already tragic enough to have such a father, but he did not expect to have such a perverted mother. What kind of sin did he commit in his past life? Yi Xian looked at Tianyi. Since you don't care about him, why are you still looking for trouble with me? Do you have nothing better to do? In his heart, the moment Godyi disappeared, he no longer wanted to have anything to do with the people on Godye's side. There was no longer any relationship. He was now just Yi Xian. However, he did not expect the ancient divine clan to not let him go. What made it worse was that the guy in front of him did not seem to care about Godyi at all. Below, Tianyi smiled. I, Tianyi, may have many sons, but not just anyone can kill them. Of course, I admit that I've underestimated you in the beginning. You have some background after all. Yi Xian smiled. I really think you're a retard. You made an arbitrary decision without investigating the ins and outs of the matter. No, I should say that you people are used to being high and mighty. From your point of view, no one is allowed to go against your wishes. Anyone who goes against your wishes deserves to die. Tianyi smiled. Actually, I'm a little curious about my son now. Can you tell me about it? Yi Xian shook his head. You're not worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Tianyi narrowed his eyes. Do you think you're worthy of fighting me? You. Right then, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, then drew his sword and slashed. Life and death were decided by the draw of the sword. Yi Xian did not hold back at all in this attack, because he really wanted to kill. 180 sword draws to decide life and death. If it was just the sword draw technique, he could easily stack over 200 sword draws. However, after fusing it into life and death, the difficulty had increased greatly. However, its might had increased greatly as well. Tianyi's expression changed drastically the moment Yi Xian attacked. This sword made him smell the aura of death. Tianyi was shocked. How could this guy be so strong? Tianyi didn't have the time to think. He waved his hands, and the time dimension before him suddenly condensed. He used the river of time as a shield. At that moment, Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! In an instant, the river of time in front of Tianyi turned into nothingness, and Tianyi was instantly sent flying. At the moment he was sent flying, his body began to crack inch by inch. Not only that, but his soul leaf was vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly enveloped Tianyi. Along with the appearance of this ray of white light, Tianyi's soul was forcefully protected. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Yi Xian almost killed Tianyi with a single strike. On the other side, Sword Ju gazed at Jianmu. Is the young master really that strong? Jianmu hesitated for a moment and said, I thought he was just a strong second-generation disciple. Sword Ju was speechless. On the other side, Lin Xiao was extremely excited. Yi Xian was very strong. Moreover, he was extraordinarily strong. He possessed the strength to instantly kill a Heaven Ascension realm expert. That was extremely exciting, because the entire All-Heaven Palace had placed all their bets on Yi Xian. So Yi Xian's strength was naturally a good thing for the All-Heaven Palace. Moreover, Yi Xian was extraordinarily strong. This fellow was extremely strong. All the swordsmen were extremely excited when they saw Yi Xian almost kill Tianyi with a single strike. Young master. Only now did they realize that the young master they'd been protecting was actually so strong. He almost killed a Heaven Ascension realm expert. At that moment, All the Sword Alliance swordsmen felt respect for Yi Xian. They respected him before, but that was because of the sword master. But it was different now. They respected Yi Xian not because of whose son Yi Xian was, but because Yi Xian was very strong. Xiao Yu and Li Daoran were looking down from behind the clouds. They didn't attack because they wanted to act at the most critical moment. But their faces turned extremely unsightly when they saw Yi Xian almost kill Tianyi with a single strike. They'd underestimated Yi Xian. They'd greatly underestimated him. He wasn't just a pretty face at all, but a true super expert. Tianyi was a Heaven Ascension Realm expert, and a veteran one at that. Yet Yi Xian had almost killed him with a single strike. How terrifying was that? At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt slightly panicked. But she had no way out. Below, Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. You're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Everyone had underestimated Yi Xian, including him. No, it should be said that they'd seriously underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the white light around Tianyi and sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for that white light, he would have been able to kill Tianyi with his sword just now. And as long as Tianyi was killed in an instant, the morale of the ancient divine clan would plummet. What a pity! Yi Xian looked behind Tianyi. Not far behind Tianyi, an old man slowly walked out. The old man had a head of white hair, and looked especially old. It was this old man who had saved Tianyi. The old man glanced at the experts of the Sword Alliance and said softly, I never thought that there would be a day when our divine clan would be attacked at our doorstep. Tianyi said in a low voice, Second uncle. The old man glanced at Tianyi. How do you feel about almost being killed by a 20-year-old kid? Tianyi's face was extremely ugly. The old man sighed. I once told you not to underestimate anyone. But you didn't listen. Now you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Tianyi bowed slightly. Second uncle is right. The old man turned to look at Yi Xian not far away and smiled. Young man, you're very outstanding. To have the strength to kill a Heaven Ascension expert at such a young age. You're not simple. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I want to apologize to Patriarch Tianyi. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Apologize? The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What do you want to apologize for? Yi Xian looked at Tianyi and said seriously, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so weak. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have used so much force just now. The crowd. In the distance, Crazy Sword looked at Jinmu not far away. Is young master showing off? Jinmu. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Tianyi was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. He glared at Yi Xian, his gaze like a sword that could kill. Next to Tianyi, the old man smiled. To kill, you have to destroy the heart. Young man, you don't have any martial ethics. Yi Xian laughed. Old man, you want to kill me? You want me to talk about martial ethics? I'll talk about your grandmother's hammer. As he spoke, he pointed his sword at the old man. Ancient divine clan, don't you want to kill me? I'm here now. Come kill me. Kill him. As soon as Yi Xian said this, all the swordsmen's blood boiled as they roared. Kill me. Kill me. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the sky. Chapter 1730. Kill him. Needless to say, the morale of Yi Xian's group had reached its peak. All the swordsmen had thought that Yi Xian needed to be protected. But that wasn't the case. Not only had their young master reached the Heaven Ascension realm, but he could even instantly kill a Heaven Ascension realm expert. It wasn't just the Sword Alliance's swordsmen who were excited. Even Lin Xiao and Yin Jinqing were extremely excited. After all, how old was Yi Xian now? How old was he? If he had the strength to instantly kill a Heaven Ascension realm expert at such a young age, then if he was given more time to grow. Lin Xiao and Yin Jinqing were even more excited when they thought up to this point. As for the experts of the primordial divine clan, fear appeared in their eyes. Defeating a Heaven Ascension realm expert and instantly killing a Heaven Ascension realm expert were two completely different concepts. Tianyi's expression was unsightly to the extreme as he stood before Yi Xian. Humiliation. Almost being killed by Yi Xian with one sword attack was the greatest shame of his life. This humiliation could only be washed away with Yi Xian's life. Tianyi suddenly roared furiously, "Where are the soldiers?" As soon as he finished speaking, over 30 powerful auras shot into the sky from within the primordial divine clan, and all of them were peak void rank experts. Tianyi stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 people charged towards Yi Xian. Besides that, 2 Heaven Ascension Realm experts charged at Yi Xian as well. Obviously, Tianyi wanted to kill Yi Xian first. Meanwhile, Tianyi suddenly gazed at Xiao Yu and Li Daoran. "Attack!" Xiao Yu and Li Daoran exchanged a glance, and then they led their respective experts towards Yi Xian. They had no way out now. They wouldn't be able to rest in peace until Yi Xian died. The sword fanatic suddenly said, "Stop them." The Sword Alliance's swordsmen charged forward. However, there weren't that many of them. Hence, there were still some who rushed in front of Yi Xian. The sword maniac charged towards Xiao Yu. Li Daoran charged at Yi Xian. However, his speed had slowed down. He hadn't forgotten the power of Yi Xian's sword just now. He did not want to face Yi Xian head-on. At that moment, Sword Maniac and the others had been stopped. Yi Xian looked at the experts rushing over with a calm expression. When one of the Heaven Ascension experts rushed in front of Yi Xian, the time dimension around Yi Xian trembled violently, and then turned into nothingness bit by bit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Unlike before, this time he directly used the power of his bloodline. With the help of the power of the bloodline, he could stack up to 200 sword draw life or death. The moment this sword was unleashed, all the experts present had a drastic change of expression. The moment the Heaven Ascension expert saw Yi Xian draw his sword, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The sword fell. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the Heaven Ascension expert was directly cut into nothingness. At the same time, the powerful force that erupted from Yi Xian's sword directly sent the experts in front of him flying. More than 10 of them were wiped out on the spot, because they retreated too slowly. Seeing this scene, there was a trace of fear in Tianyi's eyes. Just how strong was this guy? Yi Xian raised his head to look at Tianyi in the distance and chuckled. "Heaven Ascension? Is that it? Was that it?" His voice was calm, but there was a hint of contempt. "Heaven Ascension, was that it?" Countless experts were looking at Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian walked towards Tianyi with his sword in hand. The old man beside Tianyi suddenly smiled. "Yi, young master." Yi Xian looked at the old man, but he did not stop in his tracks. The old man smiled faintly. This should be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Obviously, he wanted to sue for peace. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. "My strength has exceeded your expectations, so you want a temporary truce to wait for the day to come back." The corners of his mouth curled up. "You're thinking too much." As his voice fell, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the old man narrowed his eyes. As Yi Xian had said, he indeed wanted a temporary truce to wait for the day to come. Because Yi Xian's strength had greatly exceeded the ancient divine clan's expectations. Even if the ancient divine clan won today, it would not be an easy victory. Therefore, he wanted a temporary truce to rope in more experts. As for suing for peace, he had never thought of that. Now that things had reached this stage, it was impossible to sue for peace. Even if Yi Xian wanted to sue for peace, he would not allow it. If he did not kill Yi Xian now, when Yi Xian had grown for a period of time, the ancient divine clan would not be able to kill him even if they wanted to. What he did not expect was that Yi Xian had seen through his thoughts. There was no time to think, because at this time, Yi Xian was already in front of him. The old man slowly clenched his right hand. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Buzz! A sword howl resounded like a thunderclap within the ancient divine race. And then it instantly spread throughout the entire ancient heaven world. At this moment, countless experts heard this sword chime. At the moment when Yi Xian drew his sword, the old man suddenly punched out. It was a simple punch. There was nothing fancy about it. It was still the Heaven Ascension state. However, there was something different. This punch directly collided with Yi Xian's sword. The moment the sword and the fist came into contact, boom! A wave of sword light suddenly exploded. In an instant, the space in the surroundings started to disappear bit by bit, and the dimension of time disappeared along with it. However, Yi Xian and the old man did not retreat. But at this moment, the old man's body started to be destroyed bit by bit like a piece of burning paper. The expressions of the experts of the ancient divine clan changed drastically when they saw this scene. The old man looked at Yi Xian. "Who taught you this sword technique?" Yi Xian sheathed his sword and smiled lightly. "I created it myself." Created it himself. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, the lower half of his body had disappeared. Yi Xian smiled. "I started cultivating the sword at the age of 3, and reached the heaven ascension state at the age of 10. There will not be a second genius like me in this world." The old man. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly couldn't help but say, "Young lord, I can't take it anymore. Don't overdo it." Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly shook his head. "This sword technique contains 2 types of terrifying sword Dao beliefs, and you don't have them. So, you definitely didn't create this sword technique." Yi Xian glanced at the old man, and then he said, "You're about to die. What's the point of going against me?" The old man roared furiously. "Who exactly did this sword technique come from? Let me die in peace." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "It really was created by me. I spent 3 days to create it. It's extremely difficult." The old man's face froze, and then he gradually vanished completely. He was dead. Even a peak heaven ascension realm expert hadn't been able to resist Yi Xian's sword technique. There was fear in the eyes of the experts of the ancient divine clan, instantly annihilating a heaven ascension realm expert. Has Yi Xian attained the realm beyond the heaven ascension? Meanwhile, Yi Xian gazed at Tianyi and smiled. "Come on, accept your death." Tianyi was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. He could talk by himself, but others couldn't. Tianyi's expression was calm, and there wasn't a trace of panic in his eyes as Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Right when Yi Xian appeared in front of Tianyi, a strange figure suddenly obstructed his path, and in the next moment, the figure suddenly split into 10. The 10 figures vanished on the spot at the same time. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly shattered, and at this moment, Yi Xian had returned to his original position. As soon as he stopped, the space around him actually started burning strangely. Yi Xian frowned slightly, because he realized that it was the time dimension around him that was burning. Yi Xian secretly raised his guard, because the 10 figures that had appeared earlier were all at the heaven ascension realm. Right at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed down from the sky. Hiss! That ray of sword light directly shattered the flames of the time dimension. At the same time, Sword Ju appeared in front of Yi Xian, and in the distant horizon, a bloody head slowly fell. The expert that was restraining Sword Ju had already been killed. Sword Ju suddenly turned to look at Maniac Sword's position. "Come and help." His voice had just faded when in the distant horizon, Maniac Sword directly killed the Heaven Ascension expert. And then he turned into a ray of sword light, and landed in front of Yi Xian. Sword Ju looked at Yi Xian. "We'll stop these people for you." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Be careful, these people are not simple." Sword Ju nodded, and he exchanged a glance with Maniac Sword. The next moment, the two suddenly turned into 2 rays of sword light, and tore through the battlefield. At this moment, 10 strange figures suddenly submerged Maniac Sword and Sword Ju. And Yi Xian did not stay idle. He directly charged towards Tianyi. How could Tianyi, who only had his soul left, be a match for Yi Xian? However, he did not run away. He just looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and directly abandoned him. Tianyi was stunned. Tianyi was stunned. What was going on? At this moment, in the distant horizon, a Heaven Ascension expert of the ancient divine clan was directly slashed into pieces by a ray of sword light. Seeing this scene, Tianyi's face immediately darkened. And at this moment, a masked woman appeared behind him. The masked woman looked up at Yi Xian in the sky, and no one knew what she was thinking. In the sky, Yi Xian looked down at Tian Yi and smiled slightly. You have people protecting you. Do your clansmen also have people protecting you? As his voice faded, he suddenly turned around. And at the moment he turned around, the masked woman suddenly disappeared. In the sky, Yi Xian suddenly turned around, drew out his sword and slashed. Buzz! The sword cry shook the heavens and earth. Boom! As soon as Yi Xian's sword fell, the entire sky directly darkened. All the dimensions of space and time were forcibly erased, and the masked woman silently returned to her original position. Obviously, in this exchange just now, she was at a disadvantage. The masked woman looked at Yi Xian. This person's sword skill. No one in the Heaven Ascension realm can block it. Gang fight. Gang fight. After a moment of silence, Tian Yi looked at Yi Xian and said fiercely, Aren't you very good at fighting? I want to see how many you can beat. Where is the Heaven Inspire army? Boom! In a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away, dozens of powerful auras suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, the entire ancient heaven realm was shocked. The Heaven Inspire army. The ancient divine clan has mobilized the Heaven Inspire army? P.S. Thank you indifferent boss for your reward. I only saw it today. Recently, I didn't dare to look at the comments, so I didn't see your reward. I left my contact in your book comments. Add me, there is special service. FPZW. Chapter 1731. High up in the clouds, a middle-aged man was observing the ancient divine clan. This middle-aged man was Mo Qingran of the ancient divine clan. Mo Qingran hadn't expected that the ancient divine clan would mobilize the Heaven Inspire army. After all, the Heaven Inspire army was one of the ancient divine clan's trump cards. It was a super elite force that the ancient divine clan had secretly fostered, and it wouldn't mobilize under normal circumstances. At this moment, Mo Qingran felt quite fortunate. He felt fortunate that he didn't charge over and clash with Yi Xian's group. Yi Xian had the strength to instantly kill a Heaven Ascension realm expert. Such an expert was too terrifying. Moreover, Yi Xian had a huge group of super swordsmen behind him. Even the ancient heaven sect wouldn't be able to deal with such a lineup. Most importantly, it would be too stupid to start a war with Yi Xian's group because of a misunderstanding. That was exactly what the ancient divine clan was doing. There was no need to start this war at all, because killing Yi Xian wouldn't bring them any huge benefits. Actually, he still didn't understand why the ancient divine clan wanted to start a war against the Sword Alliance. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Mo Qingran, and he smiled. Sect Master Mo. Mo Qingran glanced at the old man. So it's Temple Master Taiyu. Taiyu gazed at the ancient divine clan and smiled. The ancient divine clan has really gone too far this time. Mo Qingran spoke softly. The Sword Alliance has exceeded all of our expectations. Taiyu nodded. Especially that Yi Xian. He was actually able to instantly kill a Heaven Ascension realm expert. He paused for a moment and continued. He's not simple. Mo Qingran smiled. It's fine. We'll just watch the show. Taiyu smiled. Indeed. This show isn't just ordinarily exciting. Mo Qingran suddenly said. What about that fellow from the Sovereign Sect? Taiyu glanced at her and said, That woman is extremely evil. She might be planning something. We should be careful. Mo Qingran spoke in a low voice. Will she choose a side? Hearing this, Taiyu frowned slightly. It's not impossible. Mo Qingran smiled. Will she stand with Yi Xian, or the ancient heavenly race? Taiyu said softly. Who knows? Somewhere in the clouds, a woman was also looking in the direction of the primordial divine clan. The woman was dressed in a loose white robe. Her features were picturesque, and there was a fox-like smile on her face. The woman was holding a scroll in her hand. The woman looked at the scroll again before smiling and saying, Interesting. Truly interesting. The scroll contained all the information on Yi Xian. At this moment, the woman looked in the direction of the ancient heavenly clan. The corners of her lips curled up into a mischievous smile. It was unknown what she was thinking. Ancient heavenly clan. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. Dozens of powerful auras were rushing towards him. His aura was very powerful. All of them were Heaven Ascension experts. This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly denied it. The person who came was not of the Heaven Ascension realm. But these dozens of people were not weaker than Heaven Ascension experts. He was going to be ganged up on. At this moment, the Sword League's sword maniac suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian. She looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "Be careful." Clearly, she also felt the power of the Heaven Inspire army. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I know." Sword Maniac glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything else. She turned into a sword light and charged at one of the primordial divine clan members. At this moment, more than 30 men in dark armor appeared in front of Yi Xian. 36 people. These 36 people were all wearing dark armor. The armor was as smooth as a mirror, flowing with light. One look and anyone could tell that it was not an ordinary armor. 36 people were not of the Heaven Ascension realm. However, the aura of the 36 people far exceeded some of the Heaven Ascension realm. Not of the Heaven Ascension realm, but they had the strength of the Heaven Ascension realm. In the distance, Tianyi looked at Yi Xian. "Aren't you very good at fighting?" Yi Xian suddenly looked at Tianyi. "I'm a little curious. How did a person like you become the patriarch? Because up until now, I feel that you are more and more retarded." Retarded? Yi Xian really felt a little pain in the ass. The enemies he had met before were all quite smart, including Yi Lingtian. If Yi Lingtian had not acted so pretentiously, he really could not do anything to him. Moreover, Yi Lingtian could also be considered a fierce and ambitious person. But what was this guy in front of him? He was simply retarded. If his enemies were all this IQ, then he, Yi Xian, really had nothing to be afraid of. In the distance, Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. "You still have a sharp tongue when you're about to die." As his voice fell, the 36 experts of the Heaven Inspire army charged at Yi Xian. They wanted to gang up on Yi Xian. Sword Extinction suddenly roared furiously. 10,000 swords piercing the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword chest on his back shook violently. In the next moment, almost 10,000 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky from within the sword chest, and then they slashed straight at the Heaven Inspire army. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire sky was torn apart into 10,000 rays of light. However, the 10,000 rays of light weren't able to stop the Heaven Inspire army. The 6 experts in the lead shot into the sky and blocked all the flying swords. On the other hand, the remaining 30 charged at Yi Xian. Sword Extinction's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly roared furiously, "Jianmu, Jianxing, Jian Frenzy, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly removed the sword chest from his back and placed it vertically in his palm. Meanwhile, Jianmu and the other 2 suddenly formed seals with their hands. In the next moment, the swords in their hands transformed into rays of light that shot into the sword chest in Sword Extinction's palm. Sword Extinction immediately roared furiously, "9 Sword Extinction!" As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly flew out from within the sword chest. As soon as the sword flew out, the entire world instantly slowed down. It was a sword of mastery. As soon as the sword flew out, it shuttled back and forth in front of Yi Xian like a butterfly, and it set up a sword formation and 9 energy swords. Meanwhile, the experts of the Heaven Inspire army had just charged into the sword formation. Sword Extinction immediately roared furiously, "Appear!" In an instant, the 9 energy swords seemed as if they had come to life, and they started shuttling back and forth. The expressions of the experts of the Heaven Inspire army within the sword formation changed drastically, and they joined forces to resist the energy swords. Meanwhile, Sword Extinction suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side, and he gazed at the trapped experts of the Heaven Inspire army. Even though they aren't at the Heaven Ascension realm, they possess the combat strength of an Ascension realm expert. Moreover, the things they're wearing are extraordinary. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. What I mean is, can you hold on if I don't help? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he shook his head. I might not be able to. Sword Extinction gazed at Yi Xian. Then what do you think now? Yi Xian said with a smile. Just do it. Sword Extinction said. I have an idea. You hold back these 36 people, and I will deal with the other Heaven Ascension Realm experts as quickly as possible. In this way, our chances of winning are very high. Yi Xian glanced at the 36 people. Me against 36? Sword Extinction nodded. I think young lord can do it. Yi Xian looked at Sword Extinction. 1 against 36. Are you serious? Sword Extinction nodded. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why do you think I can do it? Sword Extinction hesitated, and then said, Actually, I also don't think you can do it. Yi Xian was stunned. Then you, Sword Extinction looked at Yi Xian. If you want to live, you can leave now, and we will bring up the rear for you. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it. This guy didn't want to live at all. Not only Sword Extinction, even Jian Mu and the others didn't want to live. Live. If they wanted to live, they wouldn't have come. Sword Extinction said again. Since we're here, either they die or we die. If young lord wants to live, we can escort you away now. Yi Xian was somewhat ashamed to hear this. These people came here with the intention to die. But what about him? He still wanted to live. Sigh. Yi Xian looked at Sword Extinction. I'll stop them, you go. Sword Extinction did not say any nonsense, turned and left quickly. And the moment he turned, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Seeing Sword Extinction leave, Yi Xian suddenly felt something was wrong. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it, I was too careless. With that, he turned to look at Sword Extinction in the sky. Damn it, who said that these swordsmen were all straightforward? At this time, the sword formation that Sword Extinction had set up had disappeared. 36 Heaven Inspire army experts appeared in front of Yi Xian. Looking at the 36 people in front of him, Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened. Although he could instantly kill Heaven Ascension experts, but there were 36 people in front of him. Moreover, he couldn't keep using sword draw to determine life and death. Yi Xian turned to look at Sword Extinction. Sword Extinction, why don't we start from the beginning? Sword Extinction. At this time, the 36 people were already rushing toward Yi Xian. Seeing the 36 people rushing over, Yi Xian took a deep breath and suddenly laughed. Come on! As his voice fell, the power of the bloodline in his body suddenly surged. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's whole body was directly covered in blood. And with the activation of the power of the bloodline, a powerful aura swept out from Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian directly rushed out with his sword, and this time, he directly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to determine life and death. With the support of the power of the bloodline, his sword draw to determine life and death directly stacked up to 220. This sword was not something that a Heaven Ascension expert could block. As soon as Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the leading Heaven Ascension expert was directly killed with one slash. And the powerful power contained in that sword even forced the Heaven Inspire army experts beside that expert to retreat. But in the next moment, Yi Xian was directly sent flying. And then the remaining Heaven Inspire army experts directly rushed toward Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the corners of Tianye's mouth slightly curled up, and he sneered. So what if you are strong? This is an era of competition. You have no background, no connections. You are nothing. You. At this moment, the masked woman beside Tianye suddenly turned to look at the exit of the primordial heaven realm. Her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, countless experts in the primordial heaven realm looked toward the exit of the primordial heaven realm. This was because a group of mysterious experts had rushed into the primordial heaven realm and were heading straight for the primordial heaven race. There were more than 100 of them. The figures of these experts were like ghosts. Wherever they passed, the space turned pitch black. And among them, there were a total of 19 Heaven Ascension experts. Chapter 1732. It had to be said that the entire ancient Heaven clan was shocked. Where did these experts come from? In the clouds, Mo Qingran and Taiyu were both shocked. This group of experts was not simple. Most importantly, where did they come from? After a while, Mo Qingran said solemnly, "This Yi Xian, is he a second generation?" Taiyu. Ancient Heaven clan. Tian Yi and the rest also felt the powerful aura. And Tian Ye's face turned ugly. Fuck. Are they Yi Xian's reinforcements? At this moment, the phantoms had already rushed into the Archean divinity realm. Tian Yi looked at the phantoms and cupped his fists. Just as he was about to speak, the phantoms walked straight to Yi Xian, who looked a little miserable. The leader bowed respectfully and said hoarsely, "Ghost Clan's Diana Cultivator greets young master." The other figures bowed in unison, extremely respectfully. Seeing this, Tian Ye's expression froze. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the Diana Cultivator in front of him. "Ghost Clan?" The Diana Cultivator nodded. Yi Xian nodded. "My father told me about you." Hearing this, the Diana Cultivator's body trembled slightly, and he hurriedly asked, "What did the Sword Master say?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said he said that you are not bad, and asked me to go to your place to play, and then asked you to promote me. And that is, if you have anything you don't need, you can let me use it. That's what he meant. Within the Prism Pagoda, Xiao Tao was dumbfounded. So a person could be shameless to this extent. He had learned something today. The Diana Cultivator was slightly stunned, and he hesitated for a moment, and then said, "This subordinate understands. I will arrange it when the time comes." At this moment, Tian Yi suddenly said, "Sir, are you really going to become enemies with my Sky Clan for a person?" The Diana Cultivator turned to look at Tian Yi. "Your Sky Clan is bullying my young master?" Tian Yi stared at the Diana Cultivator. "Is it worth it to start a war with my ancient Heaven clan for a human?" The Diana Cultivator nodded. "Very worth it." Tian Yi. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the Heaven Inspire army and said, "Deal with them first." He was almost beaten to death by these 36 people. He was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Diana Xiao bowed slightly. Understood. With that, Heaven led everyone behind him and charged towards the 36 soldiers of the Heaven Inspire army. Seeing this, Tian Ye's face turned dark. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Tian Yi. In the next instant, he dashed towards Tian Yi. Tian Ye's face changed, and at this time, the masked woman beside her suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. His real target was actually this masked woman. He had to kill this woman first before he could kill Tian Yi. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. He didn't hold back at all. The masked woman did not dodge. Instead, she pointed her finger at Yi Xian's sword. "Fight head-on." Boom. As soon as the finger and the sword came into contact, a ray of sword light suddenly erupted. The masked woman instantly retreated thousands of meters, and the space she retreated to was annihilated inch by inch. But she didn't die. Yi Xian looked at the masked woman in the distance. This woman wasn't simple. She could actually take my sword head-on. Far away, the masked woman's body turned illusory after she stopped. Although she wasn't dead, she was heavily injured. As if sensing something, the masked woman turned her head and looked over. Not far away, only 32 soldiers of the Heaven Inspire army were left. For were dead. Qingqing Yi family ancestral hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. It was an old man in a black robe who spoke. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi residence. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, She rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother, Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Grand Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent! The Grand Elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yilang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Grand Elder coldly replied. Then flogged 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi residence rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard smiled coldly. Young Master Yilang inherits the title of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded. Yiling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yilang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. Subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. I will do anything for you. Yilang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yilang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yilang roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu. Walking up to Yiling, seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and stomped on Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent! The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him, like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1733. Summon the Ancestor. Xiao Yu's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with resolve. She actually had no choice but to do this. Of course, she knew that her ancestor might know Yi Xian's father. But in her opinion, her ancestor would definitely be on her side. That was a little risky, but she had no other choice. Just as she'd said, if Yi Xian made peace with the ancient celestial clan now, then the ones who would suffer the most would be her Skypath Hall and Divine Palace. Not only would they gain nothing, but they would also lose the territory of the All-Sky City. Moreover, it was very likely that Skypath Hall would become a vassal of the ancient celestial clan in order to survive. How could she be willing to accept that? Moreover, it wasn't just the ancient celestial clan. Even Skypath Hall was afraid of Yi Xian's revenge. Not to mention the future, she was afraid even now. Thus, Skypath Hall would only have a way out if they killed Yi Xian. She'd noticed it as well. Actually, the ancient celestial clan wanted to kill Yi Xian as well, but they didn't want to take him down with them. If Skypath Hall dispatched an extraordinary expert, then the ancient celestial clan would definitely make up their mind. As expected, the masked woman stopped hesitating after Xiao Yu summoned the ancestor, and she gazed at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I've changed my mind." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand lightly, and the experts of the ancient celestial clan immediately surrounded Yi Xian's group. Just as Xiao Yu had said, Yi Xian couldn't be allowed to leave alive. If they didn't kill Yi Xian today, then they would be killed in the future. Yi Xian looked up into the sky, and he was slightly annoyed. Summoning the ancestor again. Why do all these powers like to summon their ancestors? Meanwhile, Sword Ju spoke abruptly. The situation isn't looking good. Sword Mu gazed at the gradually condensing figure in the sky. The ancestor of Skypath Hall seems to be quite formidable. Sword Ju, you go first. Sword Ju looked at Sword Mu. Why should I go first? Sword Mu spoke seriously. In my heart, you're the best at fighting. Sword Ju thought for a moment and said, Sword Mu, your shamelessness is becoming more and more like the Sword Master. I'm very curious. Back then, after you followed the Sword Master for a period of time, you almost threw away your old face. What exactly did you go through during that time? Jianmu. At the side, Jianxing suddenly said, Jianmu, that hazy moon, hazy night. You went into the bushes with someone else. What did you take out in the end? Can you tell me about it? Everyone. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly looked down at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, aren't you going to summon your ancestor? Summoning the ancestor. Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. Could this fellow summon his ancestors? Yi Xian smiled and said, Only the weak will rely on their ancestors. I, Yi Xian, will never rely on anyone. I only rely on myself. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, doesn't your conscience hurt saying such words? Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly said, We'll kill Yi Xian first. We'll kill Yi Xian first. As soon as she finished speaking, the gazes of the experts from the ancient divine clan locked onto Yi Xian. On the other hand, the masked woman looked up at the figure that had condensed into form in the sky, the ancestor of Skypath Palace. Such an extraordinary expert was enough to change the entire situation of the battle. Yi Xian looked at the figure as well, and he could sense that it was very strong. It had absolutely surpassed the Heaven Ascension realm. Even if it was just a soul of such an expert, it was still extremely terrifying. The figure condensed into the form of a woman. She wore a very clean dress, had long hair that draped over her shoulders, and there was an invisible pressure in the space between her brows. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu bowed respectfully to the figure. "Greetings, ancestor." The woman looked at Xiao Yu. "Is my palace in danger of being destroyed?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Yes." The woman frowned slightly. "Who wants to destroy my Skypath palace?" Xiao Yu turned around and pointed at Yi Xian. "This person." The woman looked at Yi Xian, and the moment she saw Yi Xian, she was completely stunned. Yi Xian looked at the woman and did not say a word. His left hand was already tightly gripping the sword in his hand, and he was ready to strike. The woman looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "Your bloodline seems familiar." Yi Xian immediately activated the power of his bloodline. Boom! A powerful bloodline power surged out from Yi Xian's body. Seeing this, the woman's eyes suddenly narrowed. "You!" Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Sword Master token appeared in his hand. He looked at the woman. "Do you recognize this?" Sword Master token. When the woman saw the Sword Master token, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. "This? How did you get the Sword Master token?" Hearing the woman's words, Xiao Yu's face instantly turned pale, and a sense of panic quietly spread out from her heart. Yi Xian smiled. "This was given to me by my father." The woman looked at Yi Xian, and she was somewhat cautious. "You are the Sword Master's son?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman suddenly turned her head to look at Xiao Yu, and she roared. "What's going on?" Xiao Yu's entire body trembled, and she said with a trembling voice, "Ancestor." The woman suddenly looked at one of the experts. "Tell me the cause and effect." How could that expert from the Heavenly Air Palace dare to refuse? He immediately told her the cause and effect of everything that had happened. The woman's face became increasingly gloomy, and when the expert finished speaking, the woman suddenly grabbed the air, and this grab directly grabbed Xiao Yu's throat. She stared at Xiao Yu. "You slut, don't you know the ancestral teachings of my Heavenly Palace? All experts of my Heavenly Palace will always respect the Sword Master." Xiao Yu roared. "Why does my Heavenly Palace have to submit to others? Why? Why?" The woman slowly closed her eyes. Why? How strong was that man? Actually, she did not know. When she met the Sword Master in green, she was actually just a little girl, only 12 years old. She would never forget how humble her master was in front of the Sword Master in green. And her master had already reached the Absolute Dust Realm. The true Absolute Dust Realm had cut off all worldly karma. However, in front of the Sword Master in green, her master was so humble that she did not even dare to speak loudly. At that time, the feeling that the man in green gave her was unfathomable. And when she reached the Absolute Dust Realm, she still felt that the man in green was unfathomable. Exactly how strong was this man? She had asked her master. And her master's answer was, "I don't know." In order to sow this good karma, her master had pestered the man in green for more than a month. However, she did not expect that this good karma would now become a bad karma. Now, not only did the Heavenly Palace refuse to submit to the Sword Master's token, they even wanted to kill the person who held the Sword Master's token. Most importantly, this person was the son of the Sword Master in green. Kill the son of the Sword Master in green. Thinking of this, the woman's lungs almost exploded with anger. She looked at Xiao Yu with bloodshot eyes. Why? Back then, Master had reached the Absolute Dust Realm before she was 30 years old. What kind of monster was she? However, even she was willing to submit to the Sword Master in green. So why don't you submit? Moreover, when our Heavenly Palace was in danger of being destroyed, it was the Sword Master in green who lent a helping hand, allowing our Heavenly Palace to survive. This great kindness should be remembered by our Heavenly Palace for generations to come. And now, you want to kill the Sword Master's son for 2 spiritual level spring of eternal life. Are you a pig? As she spoke, she clenched her right hand. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yu's physical body exploded, leaving only her soul behind. And her soul was still in the woman's hands. Xiao Yu stared at the woman. He has been kind to you but not to us. Why should I submit to him? She had already thrown caution to the wind. The woman laughed maliciously. Not to you? If it weren't for us, what would you be? Without the Heavenly Palace's nurturing, Ask yourself, what would you be? Xiao Yu clenched her fists tightly and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Senior, I actually understand Hall Master Qiao very well. She's right. There's really no need for her to submit to my father, but my father. He paused for a moment as he spoke, and then he smiled and said, My father spoke about Heavenly Palace. He said that the most volatile thing in the world is the heart. No matter how good the ancestor of Heavenly Palace's promise was, all of it would become fleeting as time passes. So he asked me to be mentally prepared. Of course, I'd never imagined that the good karma my father sowed with the ancestor of Heavenly Palace would become evil now. Alas, of course Hall Master Qiao isn't wrong. She's absolutely right. Why should she submit to another? I can understand. Really. Senior, my father will understand when all of you meet him in the future, and he won't be angry. All the others here were speechless. Everyone here was intelligent, so they naturally understood what Yi Xian meant. This fellow is really bad. Jianmu glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, This young master is full of evil tricks. You have to be careful in the future. Jianzhu nodded. Just like you. Jianxing was speechless. Jianxing suddenly gazed at Jianmu. Jianmu, what exactly do you want? Jianmu almost collapsed. The woman's face had turned extremely unsightly when she heard Yi Xian's words, and then she hesitated for a moment before she laughed bitterly. Young master, your words are like a knife cutting my face. My heavenly palace was wrong in this matter. We were the ones who were ungrateful and treacherous. Young master, I'd never expected that things would develop to this point. Alas. As she spoke, she suddenly gazed at Xiao Yu. The latter was about to speak, but the woman didn't give her the chance, and she waved her hand casually. Bang! Xiao Yu was instantly annihilated. The woman turned around to look at the experts from the ancient divine clan. At this moment, all of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, especially the masked woman and Tian Yi. They'd thought that the appearance of the ancestor of Heavenly Palace would give them an extraordinary helper. But now, that extraordinary helper had become an extraordinary enemy. Tian Yi couldn't help but curse furiously. That bastard! Damn it! How dare you call me your mother's ancestor for no reason? Meanwhile, the woman in the sky suddenly said, Young master, who do you want to kill? Referring to a person. I'll kill whoever you point at. Referring to a person. The expressions of Tian Yi and the others grew even more unsightly when they heard the woman. Yi Xian didn't point at anyone. Instead, he looked at the distant divine palace Master Li Daoran. Palace Master Li, the situation is already like this. Aren't you going to greet your ancestor? Hurry up and summon the ancestor. Don't worry. I promise I won't interrupt you while you're summoning your ancestor. Li Daoran. Everyone. Chapter 1734. Summoning the Ancestor. Li Daoran's face sank when he heard Yi Xian's words. He actually wanted to call the ancestor too, but now he was panicking. This was because he did not know if his ancestors knew the sword master in green robes. If they did not know him, that would be fine. But what if they knew him? That would be the end. He was extremely afraid of Qiao Yu's death. And now, after hearing what Yi Xian said, he didn't dare to call him ancestor anymore. The masked woman and the others glanced at Li Daoran as well. Actually, they were afraid that Li Daoran would summon his ancestor. If this fellow summoned his ancestor and stood on Yi Xian's side, it would be a huge pain in the ass. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Since you don't want to summon your ancestor, then forget it. As he spoke, he looked at the distant Tian Yi. It's time for you to die. As the sound of his voice faded, the ancestor of the Heaven Path Hall suddenly made a grabbing motion towards Tian Yi. With this grab, the space Tian Yi was turned illusory. Tian Yi was horrified when he saw this scene. This woman was even scarier than Yi Xian. At the instant she attacked, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings had changed, including Yi Xian. This woman was really strong. This was what everyone was thinking at this moment. The masked woman's expression changed drastically, when she saw the woman suddenly attack Tianyi. She opened her palm, and a black talisman suddenly flew out. Boom! A black light suddenly exploded in front of Tianyi, and this black light actually forcefully blocked the woman. Everyone looked at the black light. When the black light dissipated, a middle-aged man appeared in the field. A soul body, summoning the ancestor. The ancient celestial race also chose to summon their ancestor. If she didn't call her ancestor, no one would be able to stop this woman. This woman and Yi Xian were more than enough to sweep through the entire primordial divine race. After the middle-aged man appeared, his gaze immediately fell on the woman. The woman looked down at Yi Xian. "Be careful, young master." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a river of time and vanished. The middle-aged man disappeared as well. Both of them entered the river of time. As the ancestors of both sides entered the river of time, the strength of both sides returned to square one. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the experts from the Heavenly Air Hall. "What do you think now?" What did he think? The experts of the Heavenly Air Hall had strange expressions on their faces. What else can we think? Even the ancestors are on your side. One of the old men hesitated for a moment before he said, "We're willing to follow the young master." The rest of the Heavenly Air Hall's experts also chimed in. What a joke! Since their ancestors were standing on Yi Xian's side, how could they not stand on Yi Xian's side? Yi Xian did not refuse. He looked at Tianyi and the others in the distance. "Kill! Kill!" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Sword Ju and the others immediately turned into 4 sword lights and dashed out. The 4 of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the crowd in the distance. The Heaven Inspire Army's experts charged at Sword Ju and the others. Their combat strength was too high, and if they weren't stopped, then the lethality they caused would be extremely terrifying. It could be said that the terror of Sword Ju and the others was only inferior to Yi Xian. Along with the attack of Sword Ju and the others, Swordsman of the Sword Alliance charged out as well. The battle had begun. On the other hand, Yi Xian looked at Tianyi. When he saw Yi Xian look at him, Tianyi immediately flew into a rage. "Can you not target me?" He was extremely annoyed. From the beginning until now, Yi Xian had been constantly targeting him. And Yi Xian just happened to possess the strength to instantly kill a Heaven Ascension Realm expert. The pressure was huge. Yi Xian turned to look at the masked woman. The masked woman's eyelids twitched when she saw this, and then she said, "You should target him." Tianyi turned to look at the masked woman, with an astonished expression. Yi Xian roared with laughter. "Don't be modest. Both of you come at me together." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light tore through the air. This tear directly shattered everything. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly attack, the expressions of the Tian siblings changed drastically. At this moment, neither of them could block Yi Xian's sword. Tianyi hurriedly said, "Attack." As soon as his voice fell, 6 members of the Heaven Inspiration Army blocked in front of Yi Xian. But Yi Xian did not retreat, but advanced instead. The 6 of them suddenly attacked. In an instant, the space in front of Yi Xian was directly drowned by time dimensions. These time dimensions were the time dimensions that the 6 of them had cultivated themselves. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. 1 against 6. When Yi Xian's sword slashed down, boom! In an instant, the time dimensions in front of Yi Xian collapsed inch by inch. But the next moment, numerous afterimages directly charged at Yi Xian. Rumble! The entire horizon boiled, and a sword light retreated repeatedly. It was Yi Xian. Seeing that Yi Xian was repelled, Tianyi and the masked woman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although this guy was powerful, he was not invincible. Apart from the 2 ancestors, no one could defeat Yi Xian in a one-on-one battle. But in this era, who cared about one-on-one battles? More people was the way of the king. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced around. Sword Ju and the others had already been delayed. In terms of the number of Heaven Ascension experts, the ancient divine clan still had the advantage. But in terms of quality, they still had the advantage. If they continued to fight, they would also have the advantage. But the premise was that he had to delay these 6 people. Fighting 1 against 6 was still a little risky. At this time Tianyi suddenly said, "Kill him." The 6 Heaven Ascension experts of the Heaven Inspire army charged at Yi Xian. As soon as they finished speaking, seeing the 6 people rushing over, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with malevolence. He once again activated the crazy demon bloodline in his body, and the next moment, he directly charged out, fighting 1 against 6. At this moment, he had to delay these 6 people. Otherwise, once these 6 people joined the other battles, it would be a disaster for the people on his side. Of course, the goal of these 6 people was the same, to delay Yi Xian. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's terrifying ability to kill in an instant, it would be a disaster for the entire ancient divine clan. Both sides had to delay each other, and as soon as the 2 sides exchanged blows, Yi Xian was directly suppressed. It should be said that he was completely at a disadvantage. He could not continuously use the sword draw to determine life and death. Not only did it consume a lot of energy, but it also could not kill in an instant. Because these 6 people were very guarded against him. As long as he used the sword draw to determine life and death, these 6 people would join forces to resist. This gave him a huge headache. As they fought, the faces of Tianyi and the masked woman gradually became solemn, because they discovered that although the 6 people together could suppress Yi Xian, they could not kill Yi Xian. Unable to kill, they did not expect that the 6 Heaven Ascension experts together would not be able to kill Yi Xian. Moreover, because of the power of the bloodline, Yi Xian actually became stronger the more they fought. What kind of monster was this? The faces of the 2 people became increasingly ugly. At this moment, Tianyi was actually a little regretful. He regretted not investigating Yi Xian. This guy's strength, and the people behind him, had greatly exceeded his expectations. The masked woman looked at Tianyi coldly. "Look at what you've done." Actually, she was very angry from the start. Was there any meaning to this battle launched by the ancient divine clan? There was no meaning at all. Even if the ancient divine clan won, it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory. Even now, the ancient divine clan had lost many Heaven Ascension experts. Her heart was bleeding. Even if they won today, the strength of the ancient divine clan would be greatly reduced, and they might not even be able to survive in the ancient heaven realm. Because there were other top forces in the ancient heaven realm, and after the battle with the Sword League, they no longer had the ability to compete with these top forces. Regardless of the outcome, the ancient divine clan had suffered a great loss this time. The masked woman looked at Tianyi again, and sighed in her heart. She knew that no matter what the outcome was, Tianyi would not have a good ending. As the patriarch, he had launched this completely meaningless battle, and caused the decline of the ancient divine clan. He could not absolve himself from the blame. No one had touched him now because it was not the right time. Changing the patriarch now was extremely disadvantageous to the ancient divine clan, and would affect their morale. At this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly pushed back thousands of feet. As soon as he stopped, the space in front of him suddenly exploded, and a fist imbued with the dimension of time rushed out. A sinister look flashed across Yi Xian's eyes as he suddenly drew his sword and slashed out. Chi! This slash forcefully tore the fist imbued with the dimension of time. However, at this moment, another fist imbued with the dimension of time flew over. Yi Xian's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Rumble! The sword light shattered and Yi Xian was once again sent flying. The moment he was sent flying, the 6 Heaven Ascension experts rushed out once again. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yi Xian. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian, because they realized that Yi Xian was getting stronger the more they fought. If this continued, all 6 of them would be in danger. They had to kill Yi Xian. When Yi Xian saw the 6 people rushing over, his face darkened, and he immediately bellowed, "If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. You bunch of old farts who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years actually dare to hit a 20-year-old young man like me. Do you still have any martial ethics?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sneered. "Yi Xian, don't you have many people? Why aren't you calling for more people now?" Yi Xian suddenly flashed backward, and directly dodged the 6 Heaven Ascension experts' all-out attack. After stopping, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at Lin Xiao and Yan Jinxing in the distance. Elder Lin, Elder Yan, can you call for your ancestors? In the distance, Elder Lin and Elder Yan exchanged a glance. Of course they could. However, this was their greatest trump card. They would only use it when their clan was destroyed. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said loudly, "In the future, I'll ask my father to leave a clone for you." Hearing this, the two of them instantly shivered. Lin Xiao opened his palm, and a small black talisman suddenly shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura suddenly shook the sky. On the other side, Yan Jinxing suddenly took out an ancient book and silently recited an incantation. The next moment, countless words suddenly flew out of the ancient book and slowly gathered in the sky. Two ancestors. Seeing this scene, Tian Ye's expression froze. In front of Yi Xian, the 6 Heaven Ascension experts turned to look at Tian Yi. The old man in the lead stared at Tian Yi with bloodshot eyes. "Who did you ask him to call for? You idiot." Tian Yi. Next to the old man, a middle-aged man hesitated and then said, "Elder Feng, he's the patriarch." The old man roared, "Old man, I can't take it anymore." The middle-aged man. P.S. Thank you for Steamed Buns reward again. Thank you to all the readers who supported me. This is the first time I felt guilty. Chapter 1735. They were furious. Actually, they had the chance to kill Yi Xian just now, because Yi Xian's condition was not particularly good just now. It could be said that he was at the end of his rope. If the 6 of them had fought harder, they would have had a high chance of killing Yi Xian. But now that the Lin family's ancestor had appeared, how could they fight? It should be known that these ancestors were basically all-powerful Paragon mundane tier cultivators. Moreover, there were 2 of them. The old man, and the others were a little desperate. Not only was Yi Xian getting stronger and stronger, but there were also more people. What kind of monster was he? At this moment, their hearts were really about to break down. Tian Ye's and the masked woman's faces were extremely ugly. More people came. Damn it. This guy had helpers again. Moreover, it was not just any helpers. There was no end to it. An old man gradually appeared in the sky. This person was the Lin family's ancestor. Seeing the old man, Lin Xiao hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Ancestor." The old man looked around and finally, his eyes fell on Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, he was momentarily stunned. "This is crazy demon bloodline." Yi Xian nodded and bowed slightly. "Greetings, senior." The old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "You and Sword Master are?" Yi Xian said, "My father. My father." Hearing this, the old man was directly stunned on the spot. After a while, the old man bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Greetings, young master." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Senior, there is no need to be so courteous." The old man sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young master, you are young and promising. Not simple." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "It is because I am too outstanding that I have attracted the calamity of death. Sigh, it is my fault. It is my fault for being too outstanding." The old man's expression froze, but he quickly recovered and turned to look at Tian Yi and the others. Ancient Divine Clan. Tian Yi looked at the old man. "Your Excellency, you." The old man suddenly interrupted Tian Yi. "What are you? How dare you talk to an old man?" Yi Xian's expression froze. This old man has a bad temper. Tian Ye's face immediately turned the color of pig liver. "I am the patriarch of the ancient divine clan." The old man sized up Tian Yi, his eyes filled with disdain. "How can a piece of trash like you become the patriarch? You're worlds apart from my young master. No, you're not even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my young master." "Yi Xian." Tian Yi glared at the old man. "In any case, you are at the absolute mundane tier. Why are you willing to be someone else's dog?" On the side, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Father once told me that our Yang family and Lin family have been good friends for generations." As he spoke, he looked at the old man. "Elder Lin, I'll have to trouble you this time." Hearing this, the old man immediately laughed out loud. "Young master, don't say that. If it wasn't for the Sword Master's promotion, there wouldn't be me. The Sword Master has given me and the Lin family a new lease on life. As he spoke, he looked at Tianyi and smiled. Even if your ancient divine clan wants to be the Sword Master's dog, you don't have the right. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Seeing the old man suddenly make a move, Tianyi's expression instantly changed. How could he resist this absolute mundane tier elite? At this moment, the masked woman suddenly roared, "Summon the ancestors' souls!" Boom 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 boom. In an instant, more than 10 beams of white light shot into the sky from all directions within the ancient divine clan. The ancestors' souls. Soon, the white light dissipated, and more than 10 souls appeared in the sky. These were the souls left behind by the ancient divine clan's ancestors. None of them were at the absolute mundane tier, but the weakest of them was at the ascending heaven tier. Some of them were even at the half-step absolute mundane tier. These were also one of the ancient divine clan's trump cards. At this moment, they had no choice but to use them. The masked woman looked at the ancestors' souls. "Ancestors, please protect our ancient divine clan." In the sky, the ancestors' souls looked at the Lin family's ancestors not far away. The middle-aged man leading them frowned slightly. "Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao laughed heartily. "So it's Tianfeng. I never thought that we would meet in this way." Tianfeng looked at Lin Xiao. "Why are you here?" Lin Xiao smiled. "You have to ask your ancient divine clan." Tianfeng frowned slightly and turned to Tianyi. "Are you the current family head?" Tianyi nodded and bowed slightly. Tianyi greets the ancestor. Tianfeng looked at Tianyi. "Why is my ancient divine clan besieged today?" Tianyi's expression was a little ugly. At this moment, the masked woman suddenly said, "Ancestor, now that things have come to this, everything else is no longer important." Obviously, she was implying that if they pursued this issue now, it would only cause the ancient divine clan to split. Tianfeng naturally understood the masked woman's words. He turned to look at Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin Xiao, is there any room for negotiation?" Lin Xiao turned to look at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian shook his head. Lin Xiao immediately smiled. "No." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky and charged towards Tianfeng and the others. Tianfeng's expression was calm. "Half of you will fight Lin Xiao with me. The rest of you will kill that young man first." As soon as he finished speaking, he led a group of people towards Lin Xiao, while the remaining powerhouses charged towards Yi Xian. However, at this moment, an old man in white robes appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man in white robes held a thick ancient book in his hand and wore an amiable smile on his face. The Yin family's ancestor. When he saw the group of people charging towards him, the old man in white robes waved his jade-like hand, and the ancient book in his hand suddenly flew out. In an instant, countless golden ancient characters shot out from the book. Rumble. In an instant, the group of powerhouses from the ancient divine clan, who were charging towards Yi Xian, were all repelled. In the sky, countless golden ancient characters suddenly flew back to Yi Xian's head and circled around. Rays of golden light enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw the golden light surrounding him. What the hell is this? He discovered that the beam of light contained countless small golden characters. And these small characters actually contained an array formation. Not simple. At this moment, the old man in white robes turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master." Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Thank you for your trouble, senior." He naturally wouldn't put on an act in front of these people. He knew very well that these people respected his father, and his father also had the power to be respected by these people. However, Yi Xian didn't have that kind of power. The old man in white robes smiled. "Young master, you're not ordinary." Yi Xian smiled. "I'm still too far behind when compared to the seniors." The old man shook his head. "I was far inferior to you when I was your age." As he spoke, he turned around and gazed at the souls of the ancestors in the sky. And then he chuckled. "A bunch of ants." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient book in his palm suddenly flew out. In an instant, countless rays of golden light shot out explosively from the ancient book, and then they slashed towards the souls of the ancestors. Hiss! Hiss! For a time, The sound of the sky being torn apart resounded. The expressions of the souls of the ancestors changed drastically. This old man isn't just ordinarily strong. They didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and they joined forces to resist the attack. Numerous rivers of time suddenly converged in the sky and resisted the golden rays of light. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man suddenly withdrew a sword, and then he suddenly shot into the sky. Hiss! One of the souls of the ancient divine clan's ancestors was pierced through by the sword, and he was obliterated on the spot. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of that. That old man is a swordsman. He realized that he'd underestimated these experts from the outside world. Since they were able to ascend into the heavens and establish such a formidable clan, how could they be ordinary? It could be said that they were. In the distance, Tianyi and the masked woman's expressions were unsightly to the extreme. No, their expressions hadn't been good at all today. The old man's strength was truly too terrifying. The souls of the ancient divine clan's ancestors weren't a match for him at all. Up until now, another 2 ancestral souls had been killed. On the other side, Lin Xiao had killed 2 souls of the ancient divine clan as well. Those souls of the ancestors were much weaker than Lin Xiao and the Yang clan's ancestors. After all, their main bodies were worlds apart, so how could souls possibly defeat them? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Tianyi and smiled. I've rested well. I've rested well. Tianyi's expression froze. Yi Xian walked towards Tianyi, and he gazed at Tianyi. Do you have anyone else to call? Tianyi's expression was gloomy, and he didn't speak. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Tianyi's expression was unusually calm, as he watched Yi Xian charge towards him, and a small black token had appeared in his right hand. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped again. Tianyi stilled. Yi Xian looked at Tianyi, and he smiled but didn't speak. Tianyi looked at Yi Xian. Come over here. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not going over. Tianyi said fiercely. Aren't you very brave? Come on. Come and cut me. Yi Xian smiled. You want to trick me? Dream on. As he spoke, he turned to look at the specter race leader in the sky. Elder Chan, summon the ancestors. Summon the ancestors. In the sky, the specter race leader laughed heartily, and then he said, All right. As he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a green light suddenly floated up from his hand. In the next moment, the green light shot into the sky, and a powerful aura swept out from the horizon. In no time, an illusory figure appeared in the sky. The Paragon Realm. The illusory figure glanced at the surroundings, and his gaze finally fell on Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned, and then he said, This bloodline aura. What's your relationship with the sword master? Yi Xian said, Father and son, my father's son. Oh no, his father's son, mine. As he spoke, he smiled embarrassedly. Damn, there's something wrong with this mad demon bloodline. After using it too much, even my brain isn't working properly. The illusory figure carefully sized up Yi Xian, and then he said, So it's the young master. As he spoke, he bowed slightly. Young master, do you need help fighting? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Yes. The illusory figure said, Fight who? Yi Xian immediately pointed at Tianyi. The illusory figure looked at Tianyi, and in the next moment, he directly charged towards Tianyi. Bang! As he charged, a powerful pressure swept towards Tianyi. Below, Tianyi tightly clenched the black token in his hand, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Chapter 1736. Just as the phantom image was about to reach Tianyi, Tianyi suddenly opened his palm, and a black token suddenly flew out from his hand. Bang! An expanse of black light suddenly erupted in front of him, and then the figure was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer back. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! Fortunately, I didn't charge forward. Otherwise, that attack would have been more than enough to deal with. That fellow really does have a trump card. But that was normal. After all, it was impossible for an ancient power that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years to have no trump cards. The ray of black light suddenly condensed into a figure. As soon as the figure appeared, The dimension of time here actually started to tremble. Yi Xian frowned slightly, because he sensed danger. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the specter race appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he gazed at the figure before him. That fellow isn't human. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Then what is it? The ancestor shook his head. I've never seen it before. Yi Xian said, Senior, can you deal with it? The ancestor smiled. I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the black figure suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! The ancestor of the specter race instantly returned to where he stood earlier. Moreover, his soul had even become much more illusory. At this moment, a trace of a solemn expression appeared in the ancestor's eyes. Yi Xian had a trace of a solemn expression in his eyes as well. That black figure isn't just ordinarily ferocious. Tianyi suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian with fury. Kill him. The black figure instantly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he instinctively drew his sword and slashed. He drew his sword to decide life and death. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated by over 3 kilometers, while the black figure retreated by over 1 kilometer as well. But in the next moment, the black figure charged towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the specter race suddenly obstructed the black figure's path. And then he opened his palm, and a ball of dark blue flames suddenly arose from within it. The ancestor of the specter race suddenly grabbed the ball of flames with his right hand, and then he smashed his fist forward. Boom! In an instant, a fiery light swept out from his fist. In front of the ghost tribe's ancestor, the shadow also punched out. Rumble! With this punch, the fiery light was extinguished in an instant. Both of them retreated at the same time. However, the shadow quickly stopped and charged toward the ancestor of the specter race once more. Chi! His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the ghost race ancestor suddenly put his fingers together and placed them between his eyebrows. In the next moment, his entire soul actually started burning. Boom! The ancestor of the specter race turned into a flaming man. In the next moment, he pointed his fingers forward. He pointed his finger at the shadow's fist. The two of them clashed again. Rumble! In an instant, the flames on the body of the specter tribe's ancestor were directly extinguished. However, the shadow was also blasted back several thousand feet in an instant. The ancestor of the nether spirit tribe took a step forward and pointed at the air again. Chi! A finger imprint instantly appeared in front of the shadow. The shadow didn't dodge, but directly punched out. The two of them continued to fight head-on. Rumble! The space around them was obliterated while the soul of the specter race's ancestor retreated explosively. And he retreated 3 kilometers. However, the shadow didn't move at all. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. What the hell was this shadow? It's actually so strong. Meanwhile, the shadow suddenly intended to attack again. However, a ray of white light suddenly slashed down from the sky. The shadow raised its arm to block it. Bang! The ray of light shattered into pieces, and the shadow was pushed 300 m back. Meanwhile, the Yin clan's ancestor appeared in front of Yi Xian, and the souls of the ancestors of the ancient divine race had been annihilated. The Yin clan's ancestor gazed at the shadow and said, "The parallax physique." Yi Xian was quite curious. What's the parallax physique? The Yin clan's ancestor spoke in a low voice. Most people attain the parallax realm after they break through from the heavenly ascension realm. However, some special people take a different path and cultivate their bodies to attain the parallax realm. Once their bodies attain the parallax realm, then they'll become extremely terrifying. As he spoke, he gazed at the shadow. He possesses the parallax physique, and his body is invincible and overbearing. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. That's his main body? The Yin clan's ancestor sized up the shadow. Yes, but he's injured. His parallax physique has been injured. Otherwise, we wouldn't be a match for him at all. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What about now?" The Yin clan's ancestor pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at the specter race's ancestor. "Why don't we join forces and give it a try?" The specter race's ancestor nodded. "All right. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. In the distance, the shadow also disappeared. Rumble. The battle began. 2 against 1. However, the two of them didn't have any advantage. On the contrary, the two of them were at a disadvantage. This was because both of them were spirit bodies. Every time they attacked, their spirit bodies would become more illusory. However, the shadow didn't. This was because he was his main body. If this continued, his advantage would only become greater and greater. Yi Xian also understood this point, and he raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, Sword Ju and the others had already been blocked. As for the Sky Palace's ancestor, and the ancient divine clan's ancestor, they were still fighting. Now he was the only one free. Thus Yi Xian turned to look at Yi. Seeing Yi Xian looking at him, Tianye's expression changed greatly, and he roared in anger. You mother f***, are you done? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot. Tianye's voice stopped abruptly. This was because Yi Xian's sword had already arrived in front of him. At this crucial moment, the masked woman suddenly appeared in front of Tianye, and she slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, a time-dimensional river appeared in front of her. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword slashed down. Bang! The time-dimensional river was instantly transformed into nothingness. The masked woman was sent flying, and the moment she was sent flying, her physical body was annihilated. Meanwhile, Tianye was already over 1 kilometer away. Yi Xian turned around to look at Tianye. Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly roared furiously. Protect the patriarch! If Tianye was killed by Yi Xian now, then it would be a devastating blow to the morale of the entire ancient divine clan. So, they couldn't allow Tianye to die at Yi Xian's hands no matter what. When they heard the masked woman, some experts of the ancient divine clan charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped moving, and then he turned around and slashed down with his sword. Hiss! An expert of the ancient divine clan wasn't even able to react before he was slashed into pieces. After killing the ancient celestial race powerhouse with a single strike, he swung his sword again. Hiss! Another ancient divine race expert's head flew into the air. It was an instant kill. Besides experts at the Heaven Ascension stage, ordinary experts weren't a match for him at all. And even Heaven Ascension stage experts couldn't stop him from drawing his sword to determine life and death. At the same time, Sword Ju and the others had withdrawn themselves from the battle, and they charged over to Yi Xian's side. Sword Ju looked at Tianye and said, Young master, kill him first. Leave the rest to us. Yi Xian nodded and looked at Tianye. Meanwhile, Tianye had turned around and fled. Yi Xian and others were all struck dumb at the sight of that. This fellow ran away. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared furiously. Tianye ran away. He ran away. His voice rumbled like thunder and shook the clouds. At this moment, all the experts of the ancient divine clan heard Yi Xian's words. Many of them turned around and saw that Tianye was really running away, and all the experts of the ancient divine clan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. We're fighting with our lives on the line, but the patriarch is running away. At this moment, countless experts of the ancient divine clan felt a chill in their hearts. In the distance, Tianye also sensed this. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. His face was so dark that it was terrifying. Yi Xian smiled and said, Run away. I won't chase after you. Tianye roared. Yi Xian, can you let this matter rest? Yi Xian looked at Tianye and said, You're daydreaming. Let this matter rest. Let it rest now. Yi Xian wasn't an idiot. Tianye glared at Yi Xian and said, The ancient divine clan is willing to compensate. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Since we've become mortal enemies, we naturally have to kill all of you to prevent future troubles. As for compensation, won't all of your belongings be mine after I destroy the ancient divine clan? With that, he waved his hand and said, Kill. Kill all the experts of the ancient divine clan. When they heard Yi Xian's words, Sword Ju and the others immediately charged forward. Very soon the slaughter began. At this moment, the ancient divine clan was at a complete disadvantage, because Sword Ju and the others had already dealt with their opponents. Nearly half of the Heaven Inspire army of the ancient divine clan had died. It could be said that the ancient divine clan had lost their momentum, especially when Tianyi had fled. It had caused the morale of the ancient divine clan to plummet. Many experts of the ancient divine clan had already lost their will to fight. However, no one fled. At this moment, Tianyi's expression suddenly turned ferocious. All members of the ancient divine clan, listen up. Even if we die in battle today, we won't let them have it easy. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul began to burn. Soul ignition. As Tianyi's soul ignited, a powerful aura swept out from his body. The experts of the ancient divine clan were stunned when they saw Tianyi's soul ignition. He was prepared to die. Yi Xian and the others were also surprised. They hadn't expected Tianyi to burn his soul. This fellow is a little bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Tianyi suddenly laughed. Yi Xian, since you want to take us down with you, then bring it on. As he spoke, he was about to charge at Yi Xian. However, the masked woman suddenly stopped him, and she even slapped him on the shoulder. In an instant, Tianyi's soul returned to normal. The masked woman gazed at Tianyi. It hasn't come to that. Tianyi gazed at her. We don't have any more trump cards left. That shadow was the last trump card of the ancient divine clan. But now it was being held back. The masked woman turned around to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, are you sure you won't be able to resolve this peacefully? Yi Xian waved his right hand, and a chair appeared at the side. He sat on the chair, and crossed his right foot with his left. After that he gazed at the masked woman and smiled. If you have anyone else, then go ahead and shout. In any case, I'm invincible, so do as you please. Everyone was speechless. The masked woman gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Then as you wish. We'll take each other down with us. Take each other down with you, huh? Meanwhile, a voice suddenly sounded out from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the voice. Everyone turned to look. Not far away, a man in a green robe was slowly walking over. And beside the man in the green robe was a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe. Everyone around Yi Xian was petrified on the spot when they saw the man in green. P.S. Give me a ticket. It's too difficult. Chapter 1737. The Sword Master in Green Clothes. Lin Xiao and the others were dumbfounded. They had seen the man in green clothes before. Therefore, they were dumbfounded when they saw the man in green clothes. He's here. The man is here. Yi Xian was also dumbfounded when he saw the man in green clothes. Why is my dad here? Moreover, Big Brother Yi has brought him here. What's going on? Meanwhile, the man in green clothes and the swordsman walked over to Yi Xian. The swordsman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Are you talking about being invincible? Yi Xian was speechless. The swordsman looked at Yi Xian and smiled without saying a word. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. Did this big brother come because he heard me say that I'm invincible? Meanwhile, the man in green clothes suddenly said, What's wrong? Aren't you going to call me Dad? Yi Xian blinked. Dad, why are you here? The man in green clothes was about to speak when Sword Ju and the others suddenly placed their swords between their eyebrows and bowed deeply. Their voices trembled as they said, Greetings, Sword Master. As Sword Ju and the others bowed, the other swordsmen placed their swords between their eyebrows and bowed deeply as well. That was the highest bow a swordsman could give. Lin Xiao and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully as well. At this moment, Lin Xiao and the others were trembling, because when they looked at the man in green clothes, he was still as unfathomable as before. He was still unfathomable. The man in green clothes glanced at Sword Ju and the others and smiled. There's no need to be so polite. All the swordsmen looked at the man in green clothes with eyes filled with admiration and respect. Faith. The man in front of them was their faith, including Sword Ju and the others. At this moment, the 5 of them were extremely obedient and not mischievous like 5 children. The man in green clothes suddenly looked up into the sky, and then he pressed his fingers together and pointed lightly. Hiss! A river of time split open in the distant starry sky, and then a ray of sword light appeared between the eyebrows of a middle-aged man. This person was the ancestor of the ancient celestial clan. opposite the ancient divine clan ancestor. The heavenly air hall ancestor flashed and appeared in front of the green-clothed man. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Greetings, Sword Master." On the other side, the ancestors of the Ghost clan, Yen clan, and Lin clan also came to the green-robed man and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Sword Master." The green-clothed man glanced at them, and then his gaze descended onto the ancestor of the Lin clan, Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin Xiao, how have you been?" Lin Xiao smiled. "I never thought that I would be able to see you again." The green-robed man laughed heartily. "I'm very happy to see you again, even though this isn't your true bodies." Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Spectre clan suddenly knelt down slowly, whereas the green-clothed man raised his right hand lightly, and then the ancestor of the Spectre clan was lifted up by a strand of sword chi. The azure-robed man smiled and said, There's no need to do this." The ancestor of the Spectre race shook his head slightly. "Thank you for saving our race, Sword Master." The azure-robed man smiled. "You came to help my son, so we're even." The ancestor of the Spectre race hurriedly shook his head. No. My Spectre race will never forget Sword Master's great kindness." The azure-robed man laughed. "There's no need to do this. Moreover, you came to help my good-for-nothing son, which is equivalent to repaying the debt of the past." Hearing this, Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean by a good-for-nothing son?" Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Father, I'm a little unconvinced by what you said. I'm now at the Heaven Ascension realm, invincible among my peers. The azure-robed man interrupted Yi Xian's words. "Invincible among your peers? Can you take a sword strike from me?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The azure-robed man blinked. "As for the Heaven Ascension realm, little guy, do you know how weak the Heaven Ascension realm is? In the eyes of your father, the Heaven Ascension realm is similar to an ant." Yi Xian. Everyone's expression became unnatural, because most of them were at the Heaven Ascension realm. The azure-robed man seemed to realize that his words were a little overboard. He laughed. "Everyone, please don't mind me. What I said just now was only for my son. Don't take it to heart." Yi Xian's face darkened. At this moment, Xiao Tao's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Little master, can you tolerate this? Hit him. Don't be a coward." Yi Xian. When everyone heard the azure-robed man's words, they all smiled bitterly. At this moment, the azure-robed man looked up at the ancient divine clan ancestor in the sky, and at this moment, the ancient divine clan ancestor was also looking at the azure-robed man. The ancient divine clan ancestor said in a low voice, "Your Excellency is unfathomable." The azure-robed man smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the ancient divine clan ancestor was directly erased by a sword light. Forcibly erased. The azure-robed man looked at the heavenly palace ancestor. Seeing the azure-robed man look over, the heavenly palace ancestor immediately bowed deeply. "Please forgive me, Sword Master." The azure-robed man chuckled. "What wrong did you do to help my son?" The heavenly palace ancestor instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Actually, she was slightly panicked as well. After all, the heavenly palace had intended to kill Yi Xian just now. The azure-robed man glanced at them, and then he smiled. "I'll catch up with all of you later. Now allow me to deal with some matters first." All of them hurriedly nodded, and then they moved behind the azure-robed man. The azure-robed man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "Why's your face so gloomy? Are you not happy to see your father?" Yi Xian glanced at the azure-robed man and smiled. "Father, what are you doing here?" As he spoke, he gazed at Swordsman. "Big brother, what are you doing here as well?" Swordsman smiled. "It's related to you." Yi Xian was stunned, and he was slightly puzzled. "It's related to me?" Swordsman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What's the matter?" Swordsman smiled. "I'll tell you later." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The azure-robed man sized up Yi Xian, then asked, "He gave you his entire life's worth of cultivation?" He was obviously referring to God Yi. Yi Xian nodded. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but holding back. The azure-robed man smiled. You can't bear to see him die just like that? Yi Xian sighed softly. I don't have the right to sympathize with him. If it weren't for you and Qing, I'd be the one dead. The azure-robed man nodded. I'm glad that you can think of that. Everyone in the world can sympathize with him, but not you. Yi Xian nodded. The azure-robed man continued. As for him, he's completely disappeared. In that sense, disappeared. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. The azure-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. You're similar to me in many ways, but you're not ruthless enough. This world is far crueler than you think. If you're not ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The azure-robed man smiled. It's good that you understand. This time I'm here for you. At that point, he suddenly looked at the masked woman not far away and smiled. Didn't you say that you want to perish together? Come on. Perish together. The moment she saw the azure-robed man, the masked woman's face turned abnormally pale. Her ancestor's soul was wiped out by the azure-robed man with a casual wave of his hand. Moreover, the few mortal severing realm powerhouses present were so respectful towards the azure-robed man. He was a real big shot. The masked woman slowly closed her eyes. She knew that the ancient divine clan had kicked an iron plate this time. After a moment, the masked woman looked at the azure-robed man. Senior, this is the ancient divine clan's fault. I wonder if we can let this go. The azure-robed man shook his head. No. Hearing this, the masked woman's face instantly turned ferocious. Then perish together. Incinerate. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a blood-colored talisman suddenly floated up from her palm. Seeing the blood-colored talisman, the expressions of Tianyi and the others changed drastically. Tianyi roared angrily. What are you doing? The blood-colored talisman. This was a talisman left behind by the ancient divine clan's founder, and it was the ancient divine clan's last resort. However, it was a taboo. This was because the ancient divine clan's founder had left behind an ancestral rule that using this talisman would result in the destruction of the entire clan. The destruction of the entire clan. Therefore, the ancient divine clan had never used this talisman all this time. The masked woman glanced at Tianyi. Is there any other way? Tianyi fell silent. Right now, the ancient divine clan really had no other way. Not to mention the mysterious azure-robed man. Just the people present were enough to destroy the ancient divine clan. There was no other choice. An indescribable rage suddenly arose in Tianyi's heart, and he looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, Yi Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such a powerful backing? If you had, would I have targeted you? Hearing Tianyi's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. Damn it, this is the patriarch of a superpower? Even Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell? F***CK. How did this retard become the head of the family? At this moment, the masked woman suddenly looked at Tianyi with a cold gaze. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Actually, she felt a little sad at this moment. Why did Tianyi become the patriarch? Because he was the only descendant of the Tian family. Originally, she had a chance to become the patriarch, but the heavenly clan was different from other powers. It was a family power, so it was passed down to males and not females. After all, the entire family was afraid that the heavenly clan would become someone else's dowry in the future. Therefore, not many people supported her to become the patriarch. Moreover, the ancient divine clan didn't have any mortal enemies in the past, so they didn't feel threatened. Therefore, it was beneficial for everyone to have a mediocre person as the patriarch. However, no one had expected Tianyi to be such a good-for-nothing. In the distance, the azure-robed man smiled. Patriarch, interesting. The swordsman nodded. I don't think he's smart enough. The azure-robed man was speechless. Meanwhile, the blood-red talisman suddenly transformed into a ray of blood-red light and entered the figure that Tianyi had summoned. Boom! In an instant, the figure was covered in blood. At the same time, the bloodlines of all the heavenly clan experts began to tremble. Ancestral blood! Someone exclaimed. That's ancestral blood. The real ancestor. Ancestor. The person before them was the real ancestor of the ancient divine clan. It was this person who defied the heavens and changed his bloodline to create the ancient divine clan. All the heavenly clan experts seethed with excitement at the sight of this. However, right at this moment, countless heavenly clan experts suddenly self-destructed one after another, and their blood surged towards the blood-red figure like a torrent. The masked woman and Tianyi were stunned. What's going on? Countless heavenly clan experts didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded, and their blood was absorbed by the blood-red figure. The reason why the masked woman and Tianyi were fine was because they didn't have physical bodies anymore. After absorbing the blood of countless heavenly clan members, the aura emanated by the blood-red figure grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, the entire ancient heavenly world was seething with excitement. This wasn't the aura of a mortal paragon at all. Meanwhile, the blood-red figure suddenly opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were like an ocean of blood, and they were extremely terrifying. I'm alive! As soon as his voice resounded through the air, the entire ancient heavenly world shook violently, as if an earthquake was occurring. Even the heavens and the earth were fearful. FPZW. Chapter 1738. At this moment, everyone on Yi Xian's side turned solemn, including Lin Xiao and the other mortal realm experts, because at this moment fear rose in their hearts. There were not many people in this world that could make them feel fear. The calmest one was Yi Xian. Since his father had appeared, he would naturally be the one to shoulder the burden. At this moment, the masked woman in the distance suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor." At this moment, the ancient divine clan was completely finished, because apart from her and Tianyi, the blood of everyone else had been devoured, and the experts of the ancient divine clan did not even have a chance to resist. Because of the suppression of the bloodline, after absorbing the blood of the experts of the ancient divine clan, the aura of the bloody man became even more terrifying. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire ancient heaven world. At this moment, the bloody man turned to look at the masked woman and said in a hoarse voice, "I once left an ancestral rule that unless there is no other choice, we are not to use this blood talisman." Tianyi suddenly said in a low voice, "There is no other choice." The bloody man nodded slightly and turned to look at the green-robed man not far away. This was the first time he saw the green-robed man. When he saw the green-robed man, he was instantly stunned. The green-robed man smiled without saying a word. In the distance, Tianyi suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily. "Ancestor, kill this person first. Our ancient divine clan is where we are today because of this person. Kill him." Yi Xian glanced at Tianyi and shrugged. "Come and hit me then. Come and hit me then." Tianyi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But the bloody man did not care about Yi Xian. His eyes were fixed on the green-robed man. "Why can't I see through you?" The green-robed man smiled. "Maybe because you are weaker." Everyone. Tianyi suddenly laughed sinisterly. "What a joke. Ancestor has already surpassed the mortal realm, and you dare say that he is weak, you." The bloody man suddenly turned to look at Tianyi. "How did you become the patriarch?" Tianyi was shocked. He did not understand what the bloody man meant. The bloody man shook his head. "Are you an idiot?" Tianyi. On the other hand, the masked woman's face sank. The man continued, "In the past, I was wise and invincible. Why would I have a descendant like you? Misfortune befalls our family." Tianyi's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. The bloody man turned to look at the green-robed man. "Your strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid I'm no match for you. However, I'm not willing to admit defeat like this. So please enlighten me." Yi Xian glanced at the bloody man. F***CK. A normal person had finally appeared in the primordial divine race. At least his IQ was normal. Hearing the bloody figure's words, the green-robed man chuckled. "Go ahead then." The bloody man made an inviting gesture and said, "I'll take your sword first." The green-robed man shook his head. "If I make a move, you won't be able to. So make your move." Everyone. The blood man looked at the green-robed man. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Then please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly clenched his right hand. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared above the green-robed man, and then he swiftly slammed his palm down. Heaven burn annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red palm descended straight down from the top of the green-robed man's head. Moreover, this blood-red palm was actually condensed from the dimension of time. The dimension of time had materialized. Moreover, it wasn't just a single river of time, but 10 rivers. This palm truly possessed the might to incinerate the heavens and annihilate the earth. Moreover, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they saw this palm strike from the bloody figure. This palm strike was sufficient to instantly annihilate a true expert at the mortal severing realm. However, the green-robed man's expression was calm, and he suddenly drew his sword when the palm arrived above his head. Hiss! A ray of sword light shot into the sky. Everyone watched as the blood-red palm transformed into nothingness. In the next moment, a sword was pressed against the center of the bloody figure's forehead. The surroundings instantly fell silent. On the other hand, the masked woman and the green-robed man were petrified on the spot. They couldn't even block a single sword strike. An expert at the mortal severing realm was actually unable to block a single sword strike from the green-robed man. At this moment, the masked woman and Tianye's belief had collapsed. On the other side, Lin Xiao and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was still so terrifying. They'd thought that the green-robed man might be an expert above the mortal severing realm. But now it would seem like that wasn't the case at all. The sword master had far surpassed the mortal severing realm. He was too terrifying. The bloody figure in the sky spoke softly. "I've lost." The green-robed man gazed at the bloody figure. "You've taken the path of extremes." The bloody figure nodded. "Yes. I thought I could control it, but I wasn't able to in the end. So I sealed myself all those years ago and told my clansmen not to utilize the blood talismans. But I never expected that today's calamity would befall me." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. "My primordial divine clan has come to this. I wonder if you can let me go." The green-robed man smiled. "Bon voyage." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. Hiss! The bloody figure was instantly slashed into pieces. He didn't give them any chance at all. Everyone gazed at the green-robed man when they witnessed this scene. At this moment, they finally understood why the members of the Sword Alliance were so ruthless. Motherfucker. Boss is ruthless. On the contrary, his son was a bit of a clown. Compared to the green-robed man, Yi Xian was indeed more mischievous. The green-robed man turned to look at the masked woman and the man in the distance. The masked woman had already accepted her fate and slowly closed her eyes. Even her ancestor had been killed with a single slash. What else could she do? She could only die. Tianyi glared at Yi Xian with fiery eyes, as if he wanted to eat Yi Xian alive. Yi Xian was a bit confused. "Please, you were the one who attacked me first, alright? Why do you look like I'm bullying you?" Tianyi said fiercely. "Why didn't you say so earlier that you had such a powerful father?" Everyone. Yi Xian was a bit dumbfounded when he heard this. "Holy shit, you're really a piece of work." Tianyi looked at the green-robed man and said fiercely, "Your son is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Aren't you going to do something about it?" "Yi Xian." The green-robed man gazed at Tianyi and smiled. "Who asked him to have such a good father? If you're not convinced, then call your father out as well. Let's fight to the death." "Yi Xian." Tianyi's face froze. The green-robed man roared with laughter. "I'm in a hurry, so I hope both of you have a safe journey." As he spoke, he swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy instantly annihilated both Tianyi and the green-robed man. It was over. The ancient divine clan had been annihilated. A power that had existed for a few hundreds of thousands of years was gone just like that. Everyone sighed with emotion in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao suddenly turned to look at the experts of the Lin clan. "See that? This is the consequence of not keeping a low profile and being humble. All of you must remember to keep a low profile when you're outside in the future." The experts of the Lin clan nodded when they heard this. There was always someone stronger in the world. It was best to keep a low profile no matter the time. Meanwhile, the green-robed man gazed at Lin Xiao and the others, and he smiled. Thank all of you for your assistance. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and then 4 strands of sword energy floated over to Lin Xiao, the members of the Netherworld clan, Heaven Path Hall, and Yin clan. The green-robed man smiled. All of you utilized the trump cards of your respective clans. Now I'll give all of you a new trump card. This strand of sword energy can resolve the danger your clans face. Lin Xiao and the others were overjoyed when they heard the green-robed man. This strand of sword energy was much more formidable than the souls of their ancestors. With this strand of sword energy here, it was like a deterrent force. Super deterrent. Who would dare to touch them? It was such a fucking good deal. The ancestors of the Lin clan were extremely happy when they saw the strand of sword energy. With this strand of sword energy here, their clans wouldn't have to face the danger of annihilation in the future. At the very least, they would have a chance to survive. Meanwhile, the green-robed man gazed at Sword Ju and the others. All of them were instantly delighted when they saw the green-robed man look over. Jianmu chuckled. Swordmaster, we're all on the same side, so just give us some insights. Please don't hold back. All of them were speechless. Yi Xian glanced at Jianmu. This fellow is really shameless. The green-robed man roared with laughter when he heard Jianmu, and then he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. 5 rays of sword energy shot directly into the center of their foreheads. Bang! In an instant, their figures trembled violently. The green-robed man smiled. I've left a brand of the sword Tao within all of you. The stronger you are, the more the seal on the brand of the sword Tao will be undone. Their figures trembled when they heard this, and then they bowed respectfully. Thank you, Sword Master. Needless to say, all of them were extremely excited at this moment. The brand of the sword Tao was equivalent to forcefully increasing the upper limits of their sword Tao. Moreover, it had even opened up a path for them. It could be said to be like giving them a new lease on life. The other swordsmen gazed at Sword Ju, and the others with envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, the green-robed man turned around to gaze at the swordsman, and he smiled. I'll leave a brand of the sword Tao within the Sword Alliance. All those who attain the Heaven Ascension realm will be able to obtain a brand of the sword Tao. All the swordsmen immediately bowed respectfully when they heard this, and they said in unison, Thank you, Sword Master. The eyes of Lin Xiao and the others were filled with envy. From today onward, the Sword Alliance would be unprecedentedly strong. The Sword Alliance would benefit the most from this. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly pulled on the green-robed man's sleeve, and then he gazed at Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao and the others had suffered quite a huge loss this time, so giving them a strand of sword energy was a little too little. The green-robed man thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. An ancient book appeared in his palm, and then he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. The ancient book suddenly transformed into 4 rays of white light that shot into the center of the foreheads of Lin Xiao and the others. The green-robed man said, It should be helpful to all of you. A short while later, Lin Xiao and the others suddenly became excited, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully to the green-robed man. Thank you, Sword Master. Obviously, what the green-robed man had given them was extremely helpful to them. The green-robed man grinned, and then he gazed at Lin Xiao and the others. Disperse. Lin Xiao and the others bowed slightly, and then they vanished without a trace. The green-robed man gazed at Yi Xian. I think that you're living a little too comfortably, so I want to make your life a little more difficult. Do you have a problem with that? Yi Xian blinked. Can I refuse? The green-robed man smiled. You can't. Yi Xian's face darkened. The green-robed man suddenly withdrew his smile, and he spoke seriously. I came to look for you because I want you to do something for me. Yi Xian was quite curious. What is it? The green-robed man smiled. Miss Yi He, come on out. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. She was about to speak when Yi Xian's face darkened. Father, I don't lack a wife. The woman's expression froze. The green-robed man suddenly kicked Yi Xian's butt. I don't lack your grandma's head. What the hell is your head full of? After kicking Yi Xian away, the green-robed man seemed to have thought of something. He smiled embarrassedly, and then he slapped himself. Mother, don't take it to heart. I didn't mean to scold you. Damn it, I actually forgot that this bastard's grandmother is my mother. Chapter 1739. Lin Xiao and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw the green-clothed man slap himself. This pair of father and son is too amusing. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at the woman called Yi He, who was not far away from him. He had to admit that this woman was really beautiful. She could definitely be ranked in the top 3 amongst all the women he'd seen. Especially her eyes. Her pupils were crystal blue, like the stars in the night sky. They were especially attractive. Besides that, her figure was extremely good as well. Especially her waist. It was so slender that others couldn't help but want to wrap their arms around it and play with it. Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed, because he'd thought that his father was going to find another wife for him. So I was wrong. What a mess. How embarrassing. Yi He glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything, but she was slightly vigilant in her heart. The green-clothed man glared at Yi Xian. Kid, what the hell are you thinking all day long? This is Miss Yi He, don't be rude. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly, and then he cupped his fists as he gazed at Yi He. Miss, I was rude just now. I'm sorry. Yi He nodded slightly. It's not a big deal. Yi Xian gazed at the green-clothed man and said seriously, Father, how are you going to trick me? Oh, I mean train me again. All the others were speechless. The green-clothed man shook his head and smiled. This fellow. Looks like he's living a comfortable life. That's why he's so mischievous. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi He and said, I have to take Miss Yi He to her hometown and help her deal with the trouble she's facing. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Trouble? The green-clothed man nodded. They've encountered some small trouble there. Small trouble? Yi He couldn't help but glance at the green-clothed man, and she was quite confused. Is that a small trouble? Why did my grandfather ask me to look for this green-clothed man? This pair of father and son doesn't seem very reliable. She hesitated for a moment, and was about to warn the green-clothed man. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Father, will I get a reward if I go? The green-robed man smiled and said, Yes. Yi Xian quickly asked, What reward? The green-clothed man chuckled. I'll reward you with 2 big slaps. Yi Xian was speechless. The man in green said with a smile, I was supposed to go, but I just happened to have something to do. I need to go somewhere with Big Brother, so you can only go in my place. Is there a problem? Yi Xian asked, Little trouble? The green-robed man nodded. It's a very small problem. Yi He looked at the green-robed man in shock. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Give me some rewards at least. After all, we're father and son, so I'm just showing my gratitude. The green-robed man glared at Yi Xian. How can you be so shameless? The sword cultivator at the side suddenly said, Like father, like son. The azure-robed man. Yi Xian was speechless. Swordsman laughed. Give me a reward. Let him have some motivation. The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. He looked at Yi Xian. If you help Miss Yi He solve the problem, I'll give you a surprise. Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Ta said that he likes to cheat people the most, and has no integrity at all. So let's do something practical. Xiao Ta was stunned. At this moment, the green-robed man opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared directly in his hand. Xiao Ta was about to speak, but the green-robed man sneered. Xiao Ta, you're really arrogant now. With that, he pointed with his fingers, and the sword spirit in Yi Xian's hand flew out. The green-robed man said, Sword spirit, accompany Xiao Ta to practice. The sword spirit turned into a sword ray, and slashed Xiao Ta's body. Bam! Xiao Ta was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away, and the sword spirit quickly chased after him. In the sky, Xiao Ta wailed. Young master is not human. Yi Xian. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. What benefits do you want? Yi Xian said, I also want a sword Dao imprint. The green-robed man thought for a moment, and then nodded. Brother Xiao, Why don't we each give him a sword Dao imprint? The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. Sure. With that, he pointed with his fingers, and a sword ray entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and a sword Dao imprint was planted in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the green-robed man also pointed with his fingers, and a sword ray entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Another sword Dao imprint entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. However, both sword Dao imprints were sealed. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. From now on, every time you advance a realm, the sword Dao imprint will automatically unseal a layer. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Dad, as far as I know, you said that after ordinary swords, there are no realms. But now there are many realms, can you explain? The green-robed man smiled. Our no realms is different from your understanding of no realms. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? The green-robed man sighed, but did not speak. Yi Xian asked, Why are you sighing? The green-robed man shook his head. My silly son, why are you so weak? In terms of martial arts, I don't have a common language with you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He almost wanted to hit someone. The green-robed man laughed. I won't explain too much. Right now, I only have one goal, and that is to surpass my current realm. When that time comes, you will understand what I mean. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man and swordsman. How much longer do I need to catch up to you? The green-robed man blinked and smiled. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, It should take another 1 or 2 years. 1 or 2 years. Swordsman's expression froze. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Where did you learn to brag? I want to learn too. Yi Xian. The green-robed man smiled. All right. Let's not waste any more time. Big brother and I are leaving. We'll deal with the rest ourselves. Yi Xian was a little curious. Dad, where are you going? The green-robed man smiled. Although we're still very weak now, we're not that weak. We won't be easily killed by others. So we're going to a place far away. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, Dad, are there any other forces? The green-robed man smiled. There are a few. Why? Yi Xian asked. Are there any stronger than the Sword League? The green-robed man said. There are only 2 that are stronger than the Sword League. Yi Xian quickly asked. Which 2? The green-robed man smiled. The Temple and. Saying this, he glanced at Yi Xian. Why are you asking this? Yi Xian grinned. I was just asking. The green-robed man glared at Yi Xian. Cultivate well. Don't do those fancy things. Yi Xian quickly nodded. Okay. The green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder, smiled. This time, you're going with Miss Yi He alone, understand? Yi Xian glanced at the swordsman of the Sword League and nodded. I understand. Obviously, his dad did not want the Sword League and the other forces to be involved in more grievances. This time, the Sword League, the All Heavens Mansion, and the other forces suffered losses. Really a lot. The green-robed man smiled. It's good that you understand. Saying this, he looked at the swordsman. Brother Xiao, let's go. The swordsman nodded. Okay. The green-robed man opened his palm. The sword spirit in the distant sky returned to his hand. He glanced at the sword spirit. A sword ray from his right palm entered the sword spirit. This action was not noticed by anyone except the swordsman, including Yi Xian. The green-robed man placed the sword spirit in front of Yi Xian, smiled. Remember, you can only rely on yourself. Yi Xian took the sword spirit, nodded. Dad, take care. The green-robed man laughed. He looked at Xiao Ta not far away. Xiao Ta, follow me? Yi Xian quickly nodded. Take Xiao Ta away. This guy only knows how to eat and not do anything. He also likes to insult others. Xiao Ta. The green-robed man stared at Yi Xian. He's not a good person either. Yi Xian. At this time, Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, I will follow the young master. The green-robed man was a little curious. Why? Xiao Ta said, Every time I see him in a miserable state, I feel happy. Yi Xian immediately turned gloomy. What the F***ck? The green-robed man laughed. Then follow him. After that, he turned into a sword ray and disappeared into the horizon. The swordsman looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. After that, he turned into a sword ray and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the horizon. He suddenly felt a little reluctant. This dad, he comes and goes as he pleases. After a while, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He looked at the battlefield, and then said, "Seniors, clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield." Everyone immediately started to clean up the battlefield. Before long, Lin Xiao and the others arrived in front of Yi Xian. He handed 2 spatial rings to Yi Xian. "Young master, this contains all the wealth and some divine items of the ancient divine clan. And the other spatial ring contains 2 sacred spring of eternal life." 2 sacred spring of eternal life. In the battlefield, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian placed one of the spatial rings in Lin Zhao's hand. "I will not take a single cent of the ancient divine clan's wealth, Elder Lin. Distribute it to everyone here later. As for the eternal spring of eternal life, I'll keep one and leave the other in the All-Heaven City for everyone to share." "All right." Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Young master, keep both of them. They're extremely precious, right?" Yi Xian shook his head and interrupted Lin Xiao. "Elder Lin, without your help, I, Yi Xian, wouldn't be able to resist the ancient divine clan at all. Not only did you put in a lot of effort this time, you even sacrificed many people. Share some of the wealth, especially those who sacrificed themselves. Give more to their families. As for the eternal spring of eternal life, leave it in the All-Heaven City for everyone to share. If there are any eternal crystals, then we can share them. What do you think?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "Since you insist, then I won't say anything else." As he spoke, he glanced at the members of the Lin family behind him. "Hurry up and thank the young master." The experts of the Lin family hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Thank you, young master." At this moment, the experts of the Lin family were overjoyed. The rest of the experts also saluted. After all, there were quite a few treasures in the ancient divine clan. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled. "Young master, do you want to take a look at the treasures of the ancient divine clan?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "No more." Lin Xiao smiled. "It's fine to take a look." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he glanced at it. His expression changed instantly. Yi Xian grabbed Lin Zhao's hand and spoke seriously. "Elder Lin, can I take back what I just said?" Everyone, you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.